Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Kentucky to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio Studios in Huntsville, Alabama. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller. Today, we are playing best ofs and some brand new content for you. We're going to be taking a look at a reaction to a congressional hearing on telework. We're going to be playing a brand new interview with friend of the show, Jeff from Good Morning Comrade on WHIB in New Orleans. Also going to be replaying an interview with some retirees from Goodyear in Gadsden. So lots of stuff on the show today. If you want to be part of the program, you'll have to leave us a voicemail, and we'll answer the voicemail on the next show. You can do that at 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online, in particular at our website, tvlr.fm. Just a reminder, folks, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners. So if you want to become a sustaining donor to the program or make a one-time donation, you can go to tvlr.fm/donate or patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report. We've got a bunch of cool merch for sale at tvlr.fm/store, and you can check stuff out there. And just a reminder, if you are a member of a union, then you should think about getting your local, national, or state council to sponsor the show. You can reach out to us for more details on that. I will also add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed on this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, WMMT, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. As most of you know, we are not media professionals, just a few diehard unionists who want to amplify the voices of the working class in the American South. We're hoping that this project can make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. We want to thank everybody for tuning in. Whether you're a loyal fan or a first-time listener, we appreciate you spending some time with us today. So, like I said, today's program is going to be a mix of brand new content and reruns. This next segment here is going to be a rerun. In it, we reacted to a congressional hearing on telework. Because this is going to be a big fight in the new year. And a lot of the arguments are going to be the same, and all of the arguments are BS, are not right. So you're going to want to be prepared for some of this stuff that you're going to hear over the next year or so, and because it's all old and none of it is true. So let's play this reaction to congressional hearing on telework that we did this year.
There are a lot of benefits to telework. Particularly, I think kind of the optimal situation is the situation that I fortunately have at my job, where you telework for 2 or 3 days a week, and then you're in the office for 2 or 3 days a week. I think that's really optimal. You kind of get the best of both of those situations. You know, you get the benefits of both, because there are obviously, I think it would be difficult to argue that there are zero benefits from being in the office. I would never argue that. And so you're able to get those a couple of days a week, and then the rest of the days of the week, you get the benefits of being able to telework and the flexibility that comes with that and all that kind of stuff.
Right. But, I think it really just varies on everybody's situation and what works best for them. I'm with you. I kind of like that hybrid model of best of both worlds.
But right now, for me, we are moving. My agency is moving buildings, and so we are 100% telework. It is not good for my brain. I'll tell you that. So if you're 100% telework, going out to stuff like this is always good. Is good for you. Go out, touch grass, talk to people.
Absolutely,
it can help you improve your mood. Vex in the chat says, very nice regarding the discussion about the fundraiser. Very nice. Thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it. Jada says, y'all killed it last week. I'm a newer listener, and it was great. So glad I found your show. Appreciate you tuning in, Jada, and glad you stuck around. Really appreciate it, and hope we continue to do good stuff. Bill says same regarding what Jada said as far as being a newer listener, and glad they found that Bill found our show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, glad both of y'all are here. And Teamsters 630 Dairy Workers
in the house.
In the house, yeah. Appreciate y'all joining Teamsters Local 630 Dairy Workers. So what do you do? You work in dairy. Appreciate everybody tuning in. 844-899-8857 is the phone number if you want to call in and contribute, ask us a question, tell us about a story. Bad boss stories are always welcome. Anything like that. 844-899-8857. So let's talk about telework. We know that since 2020, telework has really exploded, not just across the federal workforce. Well, I'm a federal employee. It's really, I have been probably since 2020, the majority of the time I had been 100% telework, even though, for a while, for about a year or so, I was in what is going to be, I think, the standard operating procedure going forward, 2 days in the office, 3 days at home. But now we're back to 100% telework because we're moving into a new building. And so they're moving our furniture, and so we got a few months on 100% telework. But telework has exploded not just in the federal workforce, but across the private sector as well. And, there's some right-wing weirdos who are very upset about that and about government workers getting the same benefits that private sector workers get. It's not just this issue of telework, but any issue. Right-wing politicians want government jobs to be so low-paying, have so few benefits, be so precarious, and be so bad that the quality of the product decreases. You have higher turnover, and the quality of the product decreases, and so then they can try to make the case for privatization. That's the whole thing, right? You sabotage government services, and then after you finish sabotaging the government services, you turn around and you point at the inadequate government services that you have sabotaged, and you say, "Hey, wow, that's bad. That's bad. Look at how bad the government is. The government's broken. We need to privatize it." We need to privatize it, and then they can funnel taxpayer dollars into the pockets of their donors, and sometimes even in their own pockets. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You hear right-wing freaks talking about government bad. That's the deal. They have sabotaged it in one way or another to the extent that government bad, a lot of times it's derivative of underfunding and understaffing and overwork and all of this kind of stuff. And
capture by those very said forces. Absolutely.
By coal executives running the Mine Safety and Health Administration, right? Government, that's not good for government. When coal executives, or when the foxes are running the hen house, right? Stuff like that happens. Not good for government. But a lot of times they say government bad, and it's actually, simply not the case. You hear a lot of bad stuff about the post office for some reason, but the post office is like freaking awesome. I've always had I almost always have great experiences dealing with the post office, and provides and they're trying to do what they can about that by keeping wages low at the post office, but that's another story for another day. So we had another episode in this saga, specifically as it relates to telework, with Alabama U.S. House Representative Gary Palmer grilling the head of a federal agency about telework. So let's listen to this clip from last week's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carnahan, some of the questions that I have about the whole situation with federal properties has to do with workforce, which you really don't have any control over. The low productivity that we're now seeing in the federal workforce because of the failure of so many employees to actually report to the office. This whole issue of telework really concerns me because it impacts productivity so much, and you've got to have a collaborative effort that you just don't get with telework. That doesn't address the issue of are you getting the job done and has productivity increased or gone down? And Madam, productivity in the overall workforce in the United States is at levels lower than what we've seen in 40-something years. It's just so frustrating to me for us to do some things that are pretty good, like divesting our portfolio of properties, but then see our productivity go down. You know, I grew up on a farm, and we kind of understood when the bees leave the hive, they're not making honey. They're not making honey. They're not making honey.
All right, so there we go. So, you know, look, you made a lot of claims there, Gary Palmer did, and other representatives. Gary Palmer and other representatives they're nothing if they are not evidence-based in their beliefs and the policies that they try to push. So, Adam, let's play the clip where he lays out all the evidence that federal workers are less productive as we are utilizing telework. Let's play that clip.
Okay. Looking for it. Are
you not seeing anything?
Not seeing anything. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's silly me. It doesn't exist. The clip of him presenting any evidence doesn't exist.
What?
Yeah, if you can imagine that. In his entire questioning of that agency head, in all of his public comments that he has made subsequent to that, and even in the local right-wing radio host Michael Yaffe's, quote, reporting on it, none of them cite any evidence of federal workers being unproductive while teleworking, which is really kind of bonkers, right? I mean, it's not like there is no evidence out there that you could manipulate to try to make your point, right? Obviously, you know, when you talk about a topic, virtually any topic, you can find some evidence on any side of any issue, typically. And that exists here. There is some numbers out there that you can show your audience without any context to try to make the case that teleworking is bad. You know, there are some numbers about like, oh, well, if you employ this management style while 100% teleworking, then productivity declines. And it's like, well, you know, that shouldn't be surprising. There are certain things that you can do to make telework worse than in-office work, obviously, right? There's obviously things that you can do that can make it worse. So it's really wild to me that they just don't use any of the evidence that's out there to make their point. They're just so lazy. They are so lazy in making this argument and trying to make this point that they're not even willing to do the bare minimum and find a little bit of evidence to try to mislead you. They're not even willing to do that. They're just throwing this bullshit out there and hoping it sticks, right? Without doing any of the legwork. And you know, the irony of these folks, of these people who are not doing any of this legwork, who are being so lazy that they're not willing to do any research. The irony of these folks saying that federal employees are lazy, you know, that should not be lost on us.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
But the reality is very much that, generally speaking, telework actually has a positive impact. It's not even a negligible impact. The bulk, the driving, the driving force of the evidence, the weight of the evidence is very much on the side of that telework actually has a positive impact on productivity. It's not even that it's negligible. Generally speaking, telework has a positive impact on productivity. And here is the agency head that he was trying to grill, illustrating exactly that point to Representative Palmer.
I care a lot about productivity. This is a thing that we track closely. And I will tell you that in the last 3 years alone, our business volume has gone up 38%. In the last 10 years, it's gone up 82%. And we also track customer satisfaction scores. So the same as you would see in the private sector, it's on a scale of 1 to 5. Our customer satisfaction score during that period has gone from 3.0 to 3.9%. So I pay a lot of attention to these things. I want to make sure that we're giving good value to the American people and we're delivering on our mission. That's what I commit to you, sir, and to the American people.
Mr. Chairman.
Hard data, facts, numbers, and Palmer did not even acknowledge any of that, much less try to respond to it or debunk it, right? Because he can't, because, well, for one reason that he can't is because he hasn't done even the slightest bit of research about this issue and about any of the research around it. He doesn't care about that because he's so lazy. And he's only going on feelings. Like, I feel like workers are so lazy, and it is so important that we have somebody driving them every second of the day, looking over their shoulders as they type away on their keyboards. It's so important. I feel that so deeply in my gut that I don't have to do any research. I can just say, I grew up on a farm and that's how I know it. And somebody in the chat actually makes a very, very good point. Bill says, if the bees don't leave the hive, the flowers don't get pollinated. so even in his own folksy dumbass trying to make it seem like it's intuitively the case that telework is bad, doesn't even work, because actually it is very true that the bees have to leave the hive to make honey. Like you can't only be inside of the hive and make honey. It doesn't work that way. So, I mean, just it really, really bonkers. Jada says in the chat, the amount of time that I spend in my school building when I could just do telework, especially on planning days over the summer when they forget to turn on the AC, that's another thing. You lose so much time in the commute, and then, office conditions when the AC is bad or stuff that's outside of your control that you could control in your own home. All of that, it makes sense that telework is good and that it improves productivity. Were you about to say something, Adam?
I was just going to say that I heard once you're elected that you no longer have to Google something.
Oh.
Like, you don't actually have to look up anything.
Right.
It's probably in the Constitution.
Yeah, there you go. If I feel it, it's probably in the Constitution. Yeah.
Yeah, once you're elected, once you're in the office, no need to do any homework.
Nah.
Homework? Talk about homework? Nah. He's been elected. He doesn't have to know things.
Yeah, that's below me. But, I took the time, unlike Yaffe and Palmer, to do some more digging, and I've got some other numbers to share with you. In a survey conducted by the AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees, and Cooley Public Strategies, 91% of Social Security employees surveyed said that they were, quote, much more efficient. Not just I was more efficient. They were, quote, much more efficient and productive while teleworking in a self-reported survey of Social Security workers. And it's not just limited to Social Security. A survey of federal workers more broadly found similar results. A total of 71.2 respondents reported that telework had improved their productivity at their agency a great deal. Another 16.3% said productivity had improved somewhat due to telework. 9.5% said telework had no impact on productivity. 2% said telework decreased productivity somewhat, and less than 1% said it decreased productivity a great deal. Overall, 87% of respondents said telework had improved productivity at their agency somewhat or a great deal, and 97% of respondents said telework has either had no impact or improved productivity. Those are some pretty, lopsided results. But I can hear you saying, Jake, of course, the lazy, no good government bureaucrats will say that they've increased their productivity, because not only are they lazy, they're liars. Government bureaucrats are. So I can't trust what they say about their work and their productivity and their working conditions. What do you take me for? Okay, hypothetical protester. I've got some other numbers for you. Because the Government Accountability Office built a report on studies that found other ways than self-reported productivity to measure the impact of teleworking. Here are some results from the report built out, that surveyed a bunch of studies on this issue, written up by the Government Accountability Office. Here's some excerpts. One study that used objective measurements to assess the impact of telework on productivity of a Chinese call center found that productivity as measured by calls resolved increased by 13%. That is like not a small amount. If you can increase productivity by 13%, that is significant. One survey fielded in Great Britain found a positive relationship between teleworking and manager-assessed productivity for workers. So it's not the workers self-reporting in this study, it's managers saying, yeah, my workers are more productive when they're at home. Another study examining telework in a large Chinese travel agency found that computer engineers who were randomly assigned the option to work from home up to 2 days a week wrote 8% more lines of code relative to those who were not provided this option. The study also found that there was no impact on performance reviews for workers who were allowed to telework. Additionally, the study found that the engineers reported that their productivity rose by 1.8% on average compared to the peers who were not teleworking. So there you go. Don't believe the dum-dums who tell you that working from home is prima facie bad. Generally, the numbers show positive results. There are, of course, best practices that can and should be followed, as with in-office work, right? There are ways that you can make in-office work bad. But telework itself is just objectively good, and where it goes bad, it is the fault of management, not the workers. And that's what science is saying, not me.
Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth shall go to labor, and you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host Adam Keller. If you have anything to add, you can leave us a voicemail at 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Appreciate everybody staying tuned and listening to us. We got a great interview here with Jeff from Good Morning Comrade on WHIV in New Orleans. Let's play the clip. You are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined today by Jeff from Good Morning Comrade in New Orleans, Louisiana. The show is out of New Orleans, Louisiana on WHIV 102.3 in New Orleans. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, Jeff. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've long been a fan of the Valley Labor Report, and it's really awesome to have to join you here. I mean, you were a guest back in the day. We had David on back in the day. Only person from over there we haven't talked to is Adam, and we have that in the works too.
Fantastic. Yeah. He told me that he had some technical difficulties the other day, so I'm sure he'll be able to work something out at some point. But yeah, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. You know, for those of you who don't know, we are also on WHIV in New Orleans, and so figured it would be, it would be worthwhile to talk to somebody from over there, since we're not from New Orleans, to help us understand more about the local political terrain. Fun fact, I actually spent a month in New Orleans after Hurricane Ida. I was deployed there when I was working for the Corps of Engineers. Spent about a month there, but I was working 7/12, so I did not really get to do. I didn't really get to do any New Orleans stuff while I was there, so I didn't learn much.
Hopefully, at least you got some good food. You know what I mean?
I didn't really, because I was having to work the whole time, and they didn't give you, like, your lunch break was not paid, so I had to go and, like, scarf some, and also I'm allergic to seafood, so also severely limits my options in New Orleans.
My wife is too, actually. Did you know, the way the famous po' boy, and this is sort of like, I think the famous po' boy is originally a strike food.
Oh.
It was, there was a, the streetcars were on strike, and the po' boy was something that was a potato and gravy sandwich that they just would give out on the strike lines.
Oh, well, I didn't realize that. There you go. Already learning something. So, Jeff, what are, for people who are not in New Orleans, what would you say are the kind of, what are some of the basic contours of the political scene in that city that are important to understanding, the way that things are today and the position of, union and progressive groups in the city?
Sure. So as I mentioned prior to our going on air, I'm mostly from Jefferson Parish and Orleans Parish, which are just outside of New Orleans, but I've definitely been kind of connected through some of the work that I do with the city in a certain number of things. In terms of the sort of like the politics of the city, I mean, right now, like, and really for a very, very long time, the focus, I guess, of New Orleans has long been to be a sort of like a destination, sort of tourism type of city, and that's sort of like the ultimate instinct. There's of in the orientation of of like every mayoral administration that has existed for at least my lifetime. And there's also the sort of like general like gentrification of the city that has been taking place over the past 30 years or something like that. And that's sort of been the sort of priority. One of the really big focuses that I can definitely mention that's something to emphasize as well is the sort of privatization of public utilities, and sort of the resistance of that, at least for one of the biggest things that has been sort of pushed in a coalition by groups like Democratic Socialists of America and some of their partners, has been an effort to essentially municipalize the Entergy New Orleans, which is a local utility. Well, it's part of a larger conglomeration, but there's a local manifestation of it called Entergy New Orleans, and there's actually been efforts over there to get a debt strike going for workers. I mean, for citizens rather. I mean, obviously they're workers too. To get them to essentially refuse to pay their bills to Entergy, because there's all of these things that go along with extra random fees, different extra costs, and raising of rates that Entergy could just do, not exactly at will, but they can essentially like massage the political machine that exists to do that. One other sort of final kind of like contextual issue with the city as well is, many people are very familiar with this, the composition of the school system in New Orleans, which was prior to Hurricane Katrina considered to be, obviously it had flaws, like every school system has flaws, but it was definitely considered to be like being a teacher or working for the school system in New Orleans was considered to be a respectable, good paying working class job, especially for Black women in the city. And not exclusively, obviously, but after Hurricane Katrina, what essentially happened was there was they called it an experiment. They completely took this public school system that was destroyed by this natural disaster and turned it into an entirely charter school system. And that's something that's been felt as, as impact, not just in the sense of the sort of centralization of the education system been completely blown to bits, but also there's been a lot of dealings with, and this existed prior to Hurricane Katrina to be sure, but there is a lot of Teach for America sort of transplants coming in and taking a lot of the jobs, and there was obviously as a knock-on effect of this charterization weakening of the teachers union as well, which does still exist. They represent I believe, 2 or 3 schools, perhaps more at the now. And again, I'm not exactly, I don't have all the latest on it, but they United Teachers of New Orleans is definitely having their challenges in terms of having to organize these schools and school networks one by one.
Yeah, that it's definitely a different dynamic than most teachers unions have to deal with. You know, interestingly, it's a more familiar dynamic for most unions, and so I think a lot of unions, I've had public sector workers reach out to me that are interested in unionizing, and I've had multiple unions explicitly turn them down because the terrain for public sector organization in Alabama is so kind of obscured and difficult. Their public sector collective bargaining is officially not legal in the state of Alabama. There is no process for an election or recognition or collective bargaining agreements or anything like that. And so, there have been multiple unions that have said, well, I have no idea how to organize in this environment. I'm not taking the campaign. And so, but teachers unions are obviously much more used to organizing in that terrain, and so it's interesting that the more familiar terrain for most unions is like really difficult for the
old
teachers
switcheroo.
unions.
They did the old switcheroo on this.
So the teachers union, you said still exists, but is obviously having some amount of difficulties. We just talked to nurses in New Orleans who went on strike about a month ago with National Nurses United. Another union that has a presence there is Unite Here.
Local 23 is awesome local.
Yeah. And so to what extent do the unions that exist, and if there's another big kind of power player in the city, in the union world, let me know. But to what extent do these unions cooperate and try to affect change kind of politically at the city level? Are they really are they a presence in city politics? Like when the mayor is making a decision, does he think about like what does Unite Here think about this? What did the nurses think about this? What do the teachers think about this? Or do they not really engage at that level?
As far as I can tell, and again, this is not like, I'm not as close to this as many. I mean, I did, formally sit on the Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO years ago. And my sense is that the biggest power player when it comes to labor when it comes to the city politics are the trades. Obviously making sure, or at least doing to the best of their ability, making sure that building projects are union, which, has pluses and minuses. Obviously, you want to see these union jobs popping up, but also that does play into the gentrification side of things when it comes to signing on to projects that might not be necessarily something that's beneficial to an area. We haven't really I live in Richmond, Virginia now, and we've definitely had some conflicts when it comes to various parts of labor and also labor in progressive groups around here. When it comes to things like building a casino on a part of the city, New Orleans has similar issues when it comes to that. As far as Local 23, Unite Here, and the nurses union, they're, at least again from where I'm sitting, not as much of a player in the day-to-day of the running of the city, at least not in like how the decisions are made. But they are doing amazing work. Specifically, like you mentioned, you shouted out the nurses and their huge, successful strike from a couple of months ago, and also Local 23, who's been organizing restaurants and hotels in the city. They've also gotten a contract in the Superdome and the New Orleans Arena for a lot of those workers there. I remember not too long ago, this was prior to their contract, probably about 2 years ago, I went to a Pelicans game, basketball. And, it's always nice to see the people working concessions wearing their little Unite Here, we want our contract buttons, which is great for just general visibility of labor in the city, but also it's great to see these people fighting for their, fighting for better wages and better conditions on the job, which everybody deserves.
That's interesting about the trade. So it sounds like they've been, as far as getting construction done union, it sounds like they've been pretty successful in New Orleans. Do they not run up against any preemption problems with the Louisiana legislature, or does the Louisiana legislature just kind of leave New Orleans alone with respect to the expenditure of its funds?
I think, and again, this is not exactly where I know everything, but it seems to me, and it's not like every single job is contracted union, but it definitely seems to me that New Orleans is allowed to do their own thing on local issues.
That's pretty good.
Which for plus and for minus, I mean, obviously there was the disaster of the Hard Rock from several years ago, the hotel which collapsed, and there were several workers that were killed. I think it was 3 or 4, and also the sort of disaster of the demolition of that building as well, which was genuinely kind of shocking.
I'm not familiar with any of that you're referencing. So
yeah, that was so essentially it was there was a attempt to build a Hard Rock hotel in the city, and essentially it was reported on by many of the workers on the scene, like cutting phone videos of a lot of the shoddy work that was being done there. And it was unfortunately there was a collapse of the building that again killed several workers, and many of them were many of the workers on the scene there were undocumented, so they fled. So there's not even really a sense of like how many were injured and things like that. And then when there was the demolition of the building, there was like the cranes on the side of it and things like that. And when there was a destruction of that building, like those things like fell and crashed through the street. It's still, I mean, I think the building is, there's still an impact to that felt on Rampart Street to this day.
Wow. And do you have any idea? Presumably that was not a union project. Like that's just my assumption, but I have no idea.
It was famously not.
Okay, yeah. Because I would be shocked if that kind of stuff was allowed to happen on a union project.
And that's why you need to get union labor, and that's why you need to get workers that are going to do the job right.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously it's not to say anything against the workers. It's the situation that they're being put in, right? When you have these fly-by-night kind of low-road contractors, the training in the quote-unquote apprenticeship programs that they have are not like the building trade union apprenticeship programs. The
resources as well, the resources and budgets. They're going to essentially say do less, do more with less, and essentially like, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to either do more with less, or I'm going to get fired. Right. So, I'm going to, and if you're in a precarious position, either because of immigration status or whatever, you're not going to talk back too much.
Right. Exactly.
One of the things, actually, and huge shout out to Chip, who was the secretary treasurer and also the president of the Painters and Glazers. I remember back in the day when I was over there, he was doing a lot of work when it came to representing undocumented workers when it comes to them getting misclassified as 1099s as well.
The painters. The painters are a really good union. I think that
they're awesome. They're so cool.
I mean, Jimmy Williams heading up the International is pretty freaking awesome, and they've been doing a lot of really innovative work around protecting undocumented workers and stuff like that. And it's been it's been a pleasure to work with them, and they're a sponsor of the show. So we appreciate their work. Obviously, I'm biased.
Shout out to the painters.
Yeah, shout out to the painters. So,
one other thing too, and just to mention Jimmy Williams, I mean, he's also, if you want to talk about the sort of political and the national sense, he's been one of the people that have actually been the most critical of the Democrats in terms of their getting away from the working class and sort of getting into this, essentially into bed with Wall Street and all these other people that don't represent workers. He's been one of the strongest voices from the labor movement to him and obviously Sean Fain, saying that the Democrats have lost the working class, and that's why Kamala Harris in this past election didn't win. And I mean, it is, if you ask me, impossible to argue against that point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. He came on our program and made that exact point a few weeks back, and it's been very frustrating seeing some of the kind of some of the responses.
She ran a
Frankly,
perfect campaign. She had Queen Latifah endorsed.
Exactly. Spent 6 figures doing a temporary set for a podcast appearance
that nobody's heard of. Have you ever heard of that podcast? The
Call Her Daddy? I had heard of it. I think my wife listens to it sometimes. But
I mean, like, I'm not even trying to like throw shade on that podcast.
Yeah, no.
Like, I mean, if again, just to kind of get into that.
I mean, she would have got more. She would have got more listeners if she had come on our program. But
no question. Same for GMC. But like, I mean, if you again. I'm not gonna even, and this case has been made prior, but like you see Trump and like, look, I'm not in terms of media strategy, and I'm not even saying media strategy will want it or anything like that, but there was this idea that like Trump would go on every Tom, Dick, and Harry's like podcast, radio show, Twitch stream, whatever, and try and like scoop up every single vote that he possibly could. Kamala Harris like goes on one very controlled situation podcast. Very few televised interviews. You know, she didn't do the speaking tour thing, but like even like I'm not even necessarily a Joe Rogan fan or anything like that. But like there was apparently talks about Harris going on the Joe Rogan program, which I think is a great way to get exposed to an audience of people that would not be people that see her all the time, essentially. And potentially contest in this battlefield for votes or whatever. Not that you might get any, but apparently the talks broke down when things came up that she like the essentially the campaign wanted to have certain like rails, certain things that would be out of bounds for the conversation. And I think Joe Rogan correctly said no to that. Like I would say no to that. I wouldn't want to put rails up on those kind of conversations. That's not how it works.
Right. Yeah, it is definitely a frustrating campampain. Maybe some lessons will be learned. Maybe not. We'll see.
Sorry, I just had to get that out of my
system. No. And so, but there was some more. There were more successes at the local level, both across the country and in New Orleans. There was a hairdresser that was elected to the school board. Talk to us about that. How that happened.
Yeah, so Gabriella Biro, who was actually a guest on the episode of Good Morning Comrade a couple of weeks ago, in her run-up to she ran for school board in District 2 of New Orleans, which is sort of the Gentilia area, sort of, I guess, it's basically from the Lake Pontchartrain and sort of like down through, Broad Street and certain areas. I'm not exactly sure of the boundaries here, but regardless, it's a part of town that is very racially and culturally and economically diverse, as is often the case for these sorts of things. But Gabriella, ran a campaign for school board that was essentially a grassroots campaign that ran against the machine, the political machine in New Orleans. She was fueled by progressive groups and organizations. Her opponents got all of the endorsements in this sort of thing. And so in New Orleans, political campaigns specifically, or in the state of Louisiana really, campaigns run in a two-step process. There is a primary where every single person that's in the election runs, regardless of party, runs in this primary election. And so if there's 6 people, there is essentially, like, you count up the percentage of the votes. If anybody gets half of that percentage plus 1, they just win the seat. But if they don't get half of that percentage plus 1, they go into a runoff. And this is sort of like specific. It's a little bit unique to New Orleans, I guess. Maybe not. But the city of Louisiana, the state of Louisiana rather. But Gabriella essentially got into the runoff with, I think, 30 or 40% of the vote, and was then, she was put into this runoff position against a machine politician in Louisiana who got, again, like I mentioned earlier, all of the endorsements from the political establishment, and Gabriella gets sort of the more progressive groups. And ultimately, when it came to the runoff on December 7th, she came away victorious, which is a huge victory. The little guy essentially beat the machine, which is incredible.
How did labor fall on this, or did labor get involved at all?
She was friendly to labor, and labor was friendly to her.
Okay, but no official endorsements, I guess. Maybe they were kind of concerned about.
I actually don't have the specifics here on that particular thing, but it was they had a friendly relationship. And the teachers union. No. Actually, no. I'm wrong. The teachers union got behind her. They supported her. They did, because I actually remember. Dave Cash specifically being somebody who the president of UTNO pushing forward. My bad. I had a little bit of a brain fart there.
Oh yeah, no worries. And so, what are some of the things that she is wanting to do during her term as school board member?
Yeah, so again, this is something that you can actually check our interview. If you go to goodmorningcomrade.com, you can actually look at all of our back episodes. But she essentially wants to have, she wants to essentially be supportive of teachers. She wants to be pushing for essentially a voice for parents in the classroom as well, but like not in the not in the bad way, but in the good way, I suppose.
Right. And so you mentioned Good Morning Comrade a couple of times. That is your program on WHIV, a community radio station in New Orleans. Talk to us about the radio station, some of its history. How did it get started? Has it been around forever? And what's the mission of the station?
So first off, WHIV just this past month reached our 10-year anniversary. They're a low-power community radio station in New Orleans. It's essentially a station that is dedicated to human rights and social justice and the culture of New Orleans. The founder of the station is a dear friend of mine, Mark Allen Derry, who is an infectious disease doctor. He named the station WHIV to essentially destigmatize the effects and impacts of HIV, which is something that he's worked on for a very, very long time. Mark Allen, I mean, can't say enough nice things about the guy. He's, was a very powerful voice during the COVID-19 epidemic, where he would do a live stream every day talking about the latest and talking about sort of the news of that whole thing and really getting across the sort of importance of it, especially in a state like Louisiana, which is not always, I mean, despite the fact that we had a Democratic governor and a Democratic governor, there was a lot of pushback to a lot of the mask mandates and sorts of things like that. So that voice was very much needed in that time. So shouts to him. But yeah, Good Morning Comrade, we've actually been on the air for 5 years now. We're at 10 a.m. on WHIV. We also have all of our back episodes on all of the podcast stuff. So just Google Good Morning Comrade. And you can also check us out on YouTube, and we sometimes will stream on Twitch. But like I try to focus things on unions and labor specifically, be they locally or nationally. Obviously, we talk about things like politics, like I mentioned on here. We'll talk about some fun stuff too. We'll talk about sort of like how these things kind of work out in the culture. And I mean, we had a whole episode that we just released this week where we talked about the guy who shot the CEO of United Healthcare and sort of the things that led to that. Because I mean, again, on that particular question, you don't have to make excuses for like the murder of the guy or whatever, but that's something you cannot argue that the reason that something like that happened is because we have we have a system in place that is not serving people. And when it comes to healthcare, like, the idea that that's marketized and profit-based is not sustainable.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. What about the other programs on WHIV? What kind of what are some of the biggest audience getters? What are some of the most popular programs on the on the station?
I mean, there's a lot of music on the station. There's a ton of sort of like New Orleans flavor. But like that's sort of like the baseline of a lot of these things. I know there's a show about somebody who's like talks about biking. I know the show that comes on after us on Saturday mornings after Good Morning Comrade is a show about traumatic brain injury and living your life with traumatic brain injury. It's like, focused around, I mean, they play a lot of music, Red rules. But like, they play a lot of music and they talk about it and sort of theme it around that. And really, I mean, check out WHIV 102.3 and you can definitely tune in and you can listen anywhere in the world, WHIVFM.org/listen to that station.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, we actually hosted the Grassroots Radio. This is really cool, actually. WHIV hosted the Grassroots Radio Conference, which brought in radio stations of a similar position, low power community radio stations from across the country. We were talking to people from Kentucky, we were talking to people from upstate New York, from Portland, Oregon, just all kind of coming in and sharing a lot of this stuff, just sort of like their experiences and ideas and pushing forward, like how we can share ideas to make our stations better.
Do you remember if it was WMMT from Kentucky?
No, it was not WMMT.
Okay.
Gosh, it was not. But I don't. I couldn't tell you what the station was, but it was not MMT, I don't believe.
Gotcha. Yeah, I asked
that
because that's
like WM monetary theory, just like the thing that thinks in my brain.
That would be funny. I don't think that's it. That would be funny if it was, though. But that's one of our other affiliates. So if there is another community radio station in Kentucky that would like a union program on their station, then they can reach out to us. So, so Jeff, is there any other topics that are burning in your mind that you want to talk about before we let you go?
I think we're good here, but I do want to thank you once again for having us on. I've long been a fan of the Valley Labor Report. I mean, I think that y'all are doing some really rad stuff up there. Y'all supported the coal miner strike from a couple years ago. Was absolutely inspirational to me, and you guys keep doing the thing. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Iron Workers, Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need iron workers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer, and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Iron Workers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs, from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Iron Workers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm Attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Since 1889, the National Association of Letter Carriers has protected the rights of city carriers as they deliver the mail and offer support for their community. The Alabama State Association of Letter Carriers makes their legislative voices heard when it comes to issues involving the U.S. Postal Service and the working members of the union. The National Association of Letter Carriers has been longtime supporters of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Stamp Out Hunger food drive. This message is sponsored by the Alabama Association of Letter Carriers. To learn more, visit nalc.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
The largest union radio program in the South. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host Adam Keller. If you've got anything to add, you can leave us a voicemail. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR, 844-899-8857. Appreciate everybody staying tuned. We've got a great rest of the show planned for you. Just a reminder for folks who are only listening to us on the radio, we do have more content online. In the second half of the show, we are going to be reviewing a congressional hearing on overtime. The Republicans are trying to take away overtime for more working people, and we responded to that. That's going to be a big fight I'm anticipating in the Trump administration. We want to keep overtime. They want to remove it. So we're replaying a segment that we did about that. We're also replaying a interview that we did with Barry Eidlin about union reform. It's very timely and interesting. And we are dropping a brand new interview that we did with Lynn Harris from the Colorado AFL-CIO about organizing young workers. And folks, we're dropping a double overtime on you today, and we are going to be playing two long interviews that we did with Labor Notes staff Keith Brower-Brown and Courtney Smith about beating apathy in a union campaign and forming your workplace organizing committee. So we have a huge show lined up for you today, some best ofs, some brand new content. So really excited. Hope you stay with us through the whole thing. This next segment here is a interview that we did with some retirees from the Goodyear plant in Gadsden, Alabama, because the closure of the Goodyear plant in Gadsden, Alabama was used against the UAW during their campaign at Mercedes. And so the retirees from Goodyear argue the person making that argument didn't know the first thing about what actually happened. So let's take a look and let's listen to this interview that we did with these folks who were in the rooms when these decisions were being negotiated and fighting for their members to keep their jobs, ultimately unsuccessful. But let's hear actually what happened to the Goodyear plant in Gadsden, Alabama.
Bryn Riley is the president of the Alabama AFL-CIO. I actually got a request just last week to have Bryn on the show, so it's serendipitous that that we have an occasion to bring him on. Bryn Riley, president of the Alabama AFL-CIO, also former president of the United Steelworkers Local 12 out at the former Goodyear facility in Gadsden. Mickey Ray Williams is current staff representative for the United Steelworkers in Tennessee, and he is another former Local 12 president. Mickey was president of Local 12 during the closure in 2020 and 2019, and Bryn was president before that. And both of them have stories that are important to know, that really kind of show the lie to the article that Representative Scott Stadthagen wrote in attacking the UAW and attacking the UAW's campaign to organize non-union automakers in the South. So, Bryn, Mickey, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. I appreciate it.
Well, hey, this is Riley, and thank you guys for inviting us, and thank you for what you do. But I got to clear one thing up. I was the previous vice president. I never did serve as president of Local 12, but I was a full-time union guy for nearly half of my 34-year career at Goodyear.
Okay, gotcha. Good correction. Appreciate that. And Mickey, thank you too. I appreciate you taking the time.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing on this issue. I really do.
It's an honor to be able to fight back against against anti-worker lies and support working folks in Alabama as they're trying to unionize and as they are fighting against really slanderous reputational attacks on unions that exist. And so the whole premise of this article is that the union shut down the Gadsden plant. And we have, specific facts and information to dispute that in 2019 and 2020. But Bryn, when you were, working there at Gadsden and when you were an officer in Gadsden, there were actually multiple times that the union saved the facility. That Goodyear wanted to close the Gadsden facility some 20 years ago. You said even as far back as the 80s, Goodyear was making noises about wanting to close. So take us back to the 80s and then just work us up till until 2019. Well, hey, how many times did y'all save the Gadsden Goodyear facility?
Well, let me take you a little further back than that. Let me take you back to 1929 because that's when our plant opened in Gadsden, Alabama. It was the first venture Goodyear made outside of the rubber city of Akron, and it was actually between Atlanta and Gadsden, Alabama. And they chose Gadsden, Alabama, not because it was a nice place to do business. They came to exploit the dumb white man, because in the late 20s and early 30s, they wouldn't let an African American or a woman work. So they came to exploit the dumb Southerner. My grandfather left the cotton mill in Gadsden, Alabama. He was a looms repairer. He left and went to work at Goodyear in the early 30s as a pipe fitter. It took us to 1943, from 29 to 43, to organize under the United Rubber Workers. My grandfather used to tell me prior to the union, if you had like a steam leak dripping hot water down on your bald head on your job and you complained to the boss about it, his standard answer was, "Hey, boy, if you don't like your job, there's a barefoot boy on Sand Mountain that'll take it." So that was kind of the attitude toward workers. And, they're still dispensable to some degree. But in 1943, we got our first contract. We got a little better every 3 years. You don't get everything you want the first contract. I mean, we've been negotiating contracts since 43. So I went to work there in 1978. I retired in 2011. In the middle 80s, 1986, we had heard rumblings starting in the late 70s about You know, they're going to shut our plant down. They're going to shut our plant down. You don't see many manufacturing facilities, even those steel mills, that last 91 years like our plant did. But in 1986, the company approached us about taking out $30 million in annual cost. $30 million. And we did that through a concessionary bargain. And we actually gave away stuff that my granddaddy probably got his head cracked open for us to have. But you know, it was a tough thing to do, but it was the right thing to do because it gave us a chance to fight again. So that was 1986. We went through some other concessions. Hey, and we actually gave up piecework production. I was probably making $1,000 a week in 1980 building tires on piecework. When we gave up piecework, you got paid a flat rate. You know, so it cost me probably $400 a week back in the 80s. And everybody at the plant refers to this concessionary bargain as the Boaz agreement because the union and company executives met in Boaz, Alabama to do this concessionary bargain. Now let's wrap it on up to 2006. Goodyear came to 4 states. I was the vice president of the local union at this time. I was also the legislative person for USW Local 12. We had merged back in 95 from the rubber workers actually merged with the steel workers. We became steel workers in 95. So Goodyear came to 4 states, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, and Texas. And me being the legislative guy, I was in Montgomery with Bob Riley's finance department, Goodyear executives, and a group made up of our legislative delegation, Senator Larry Means, Representative Jack Page, who is now dead, Representative Craig Ford, who's now the mayor of the city of Gadsden, Representative Blaine Gallagher was a Republican, and we were all involved in putting together an incentive package. But what Goodyear said in 2006 to Goodyear, or to the state of Alabama, is, look, we would like to invest a minimum $125 million in our plant in your state. And we know what you've done for Mercedes. We know what you've done for Honda. We know what you've done for Hyundai or whoever. They knew about incentives. The question was asked, what's in it for us? We've been here since 1929. What's in it for us? And the state of Alabama asked one question. How many new jobs will a $125 million investment create? And Goodyear told the truth. It really shocked me that they told the truth. They said it may not create any because with new money, technology comes less people sometimes. We were actually able to put together a $50 million incentive package. $20 million was promised from the state of Alabama, and they delivered. They did a wire transfer of $20 million, and they committed to up to $10 million training reimbursement. The city of Gadsden committed to do $20 million because in Etowah County, Alabama, even today, we have an occupational tax that you pay 2% of your weekly earnings to the city of Gadsden. We had a $111 million annual payroll when our plant right before, 2006. It was, or when the plant shut down in 2020, I think the latest, before the big layoff started, they were getting over $2 million a year from the occupational tax. The city of Gadsden was. So we put this package together. Now, what we did, we negotiated some clawbacks in it to protect taxpayer dollars. We had a minimum annual payroll they had to stay at or above. We had a minimum number of employees that they had to keep. We had a 15 or 20-year term that they had to keep the plant open, all to protect taxpayer dollars that I don't think we do a good job with today in incentives. They ended up shutting down Tyler, Texas. They accepted ours. They actually spent about $150 million. The state of Alabama delivered their $20 million plus their training dollars. The city of Gadsden never gave them a damn nickel other than the tax abatement on non-education trust fund on the 125 or 150 million they ended up spending. And Frankie Davis, who was the mayor's manufacturing guy, he called me one day and he asked me, he said, what do you think Goodyear's going to do? I said, Frankie, they're gone. He said, why don't you figure that? I said, y'all screwed them. He said, do I? I said, hell, y'all screwed them. You didn't give them the money. He said, yeah, but they said they wasn't going to do this. I said, Frankie, y'all were looking for a reason not to give them the money. Y'all let them spend $150 million and then tell them, nah, we ain't giving you nothing. I said, I've been around corporate America probably a little more than you have. And I said, when you screw folks like this, they take notes and they screw back. And I guarantee you, I retired in 2011 when I went to work for the AFL-CIO. But in 2020, the number one, and you'll never make me believe anything else, and Mickey may agree or he may disagree, but had Goodyear, had Gadsden got, if they would have lived up to their commitment to provide $20 million, our plant would be there today probably with 3,000 employees.
Mm.
That's right.
And so
we'd have a new plant.
Right. That's true. That's true. There was, I mean, $150 million. There was a plant expansion. I mean, that is a lot to kind of cut loose like that. And so you think, Bren, that it wasn't even like so much a cold calculation. We can make so much more money if we do this in Mexico versus that. It was just, or it was a lot.
I think they were building the plant in Mexico because before COVID, you know, Goodyear used to, they'd build all the tires they could build and put them in a warehouse. Well, guess what? That costs money. And everybody probably, even Huntsville, you know, they like a just-in-time inventory because cash is king.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got a bunch of money tied up in inventory, you ain't got a lot of cash. So what the whole process was, Goodyear liked to bring in raw materials on the east end of the plant and finished product going to the market out the west end of the plant. Well, that ain't how business was done in 1929. And our plant was like 30 acres under roof. So, you know, it was kind of scattered and there was some excessive labor that but we could have worked through that. But the CEO at the time that happened, he had a real erection for Gadsden. And, you know, COVID hit. They shut our plant down under the guise of COVID and maybe even idled some other ones. But they all thought that this COVID, and it was all new to us. We didn't know what it's going to do. We sure didn't know what it's going to do to the tire market. But what the chart actually showed, a big sharp decline. And Goodyear thought, and the economists thought that it was going to stay flat. Hell, it actually was a V. It went down and boom, right back up.
Mm-hmm.
And their Goodyear was, I believe, if they could have saved face, I believe they'd have built tires in Gadsden because the market was calling for them. In Mexico, you know, they ain't gonna pay a guy in Gadsden, Alabama, $30 an hour and all the benefits when they get a guy in Mexico to work for $3 a day and don't have workers' comp or any kind of OSHA standards. You know, if you get your arm pulled off down there, they give you a ride back to a dirt floor shack and 2 Band-Aids, you know. So, but you'll never make me believe anything else other than if you promised me $20 million and you didn't give it to me, if I could get back with you. Now, guess what? This CEO's gone, he's gone on to another $20-30 million a year job. So,
right.
And Mickey can talk about 2011 until 20, but I was involved as an onlooker. I wasn't part of the negotiation.
Well, and Bren, one more before we turn over to Mickey. There was another. You talked about 86 and you talked about 2006, but there was another instance in 99, wasn't it, where Goodyear was making noises about closing the plant and the union was able to get them not to.
Looks like he's muted, but yeah, you're right. I think they went down, and I'm not sure on the head count of people left in the plant, when they was taking the plant down in 99, but they went to running just the Banbury. And you had a lot of work out of the union and other folks in the community really trying to turn that around. And with that work of them and the Firestone rollover, we was able to start producing tires again in Gadsden.
Right.
And that was in 99.
And so, I mean, there's really a history there in Gadsden of obviously workers through the union, through, the various, I mean, a lot of the unions today, if you look at each individual local, there's an interesting history of kind of amalgamations and affiliations and all this kind of stuff. You started as the rubber workers and now affiliated with the steel workers, but there's a history of obviously workers trying to get more where they can, but where there's a real threat, workers working with the company to try to say like, okay, we'll take a haircut here. We'll take, maybe we'll do this, we'll try to increase production this amount or whatever, making deals to save the company money to justify keeping the company in Gadsden making tires. And so, knowing that and being part of that and being part of groups that are taking those haircuts, I mean, how did that feel reading that article where, this guy who doesn't know nothing, doesn't know you from Adam, never talked to you during this process, accusing y'all of just being greedy?
Yes. And the workers, the bargaining unit workers, the union workers has actually took a lot of cuts through the years. And Brian can speak to that more than I can. But we've took concessions because Goodyear did not manage the company properly. They didn't do a good job managing. Goodyear nearly went broke. What year was it, Brian? Help me with a year.
Hey, in 2006, matter of fact, I was going to roll $50,000 on my 401k into Goodyear stock. And I went to the website and it was $357 a share. And I thought, what a suitable caliber to shoot yourself with. And, but, and I tell you, one year in lieu of a pay raise, Jacob, in master negotiations, we took stock options in lieu of a pay raise. And they did a grant price and it was a 10-year grant and, and it felt good to be treated like an executive with stock option, but we lost our tail in that. But let me say this before we don't do a good job. In our heyday, we had over 4,500 people in the union in Gadsden, Alabama. And, we as a union don't do a good job bragging on our members. We've got pastors. We got preachers that pastor churches. We got our members coach Little League Baseball. They substitute teach. They're involved with their church. We are the number one supporter of the United Way. When that plant went down, the United Way, it was like a Brinks truck being pulled from them because, our people, we supported that kind of stuff. We tried to do what was right. And I used to tell the Chamber of Commerce, y'all hate our guts except when the United Way campaign starts. But I don't know how to fix it. We don't do a good job bragging on ourselves and bragging on our members for what they do to make a difference, including working with the company. We used to tell management how stupid they were and how smart we were. Well, one time in one of the concessionary bargainings, they offered to give us some of those functions of management under a lead hand concept. They had a lot of the supervisors already laid off. After the 99 deal, they were going to bring the production folks back in, and they offered us like 15, 20%, I don't remember what it was, above what our pay was to do some of these functions of management. We actually used to balance overtime opportunities with our contract because if I was the boss and Jacob was my buddy, I could let Jacob work all the overtime in a non-organized workplace.
Right.
But in a union workplace, we actually balanced opportunities to make sure not only Jacob got opportunities, but Adam and Mickey and Joe and Ted and Sue.
Right.
And we used to tell them how stupid they were when they would offer the overtime to the wrong person. And they'd basically cuss us out and tell us mind their own business. But guess what? When they skipped Adam and let Jacob work, they had to pay Jacob time and a half to do the job. But guess what? We got Adam paid time and a half for being down at the river drinking him a Bud Light. And you can't keep the place open. So we actually took some of those functions of management, and some of the guys that did that really got a ribbon for, they called them a queen for a day and a suck butt and all this. But it was another example of us stepping up to try to make this damn plant work. When I went to work there, we had a 18-hole golf course. Goodyear was putting about $2 million a year in the damn golf course. When we went to Boaz and took concessionary bargains, we made Goodyear sell the damn golf course. If you're going to make us give up wages and benefits, you damn sure ain't going to put fertilizer out on a golf course.
Right.
And they did it. They did it. They sold it to the members.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's so much of, I mean, really, I think there's definitely something to, there's a whole lot of, we like to rah about workers, getting pay raises and winning really cool things in contracts. But there's a lot of, unions saving the company from itself, that maybe we don't talk enough about. But,
amen.
So, getting up to 2019, 2020, so we can really drill in and specifically address some of the things that he was saying in this contract. Mickey, the national agreement that was in play at the time. Can you tell? Explain the process that Goodyear had to go through to outsource jobs. What was the process in the contract like, and how was that negotiated? And just explain that for us.
But the contract language protected us through that current contract till the end. We was protected. We could, I'm not sure the numbers, but we was had so many employees that would be working at the Goodyear facility in Gadsden, and all your other union plants was protected as well. What led up to this guy's letter is he says the union voted to shut the plant down. That's not what happened. What happened was Goodyear told us they were shutting the plant down at the end of the contract. They built a plant in Mexico, started building, I think, in 2013. Had it up and going in probably 16. They had a lot of hiccups there. You had, I think, the workers struck in Mexico due to unfair, just bad working conditions. So it was a slow process getting that plant up. Well,
and it's worth noting. It's worth noting, Mickey. You sent me an article from Tom Conway. I think the late Tom Conway is my understanding. And he in this article from the time noted how when those Mexican tire workers struck, dozens of them were fired for leading the strike. And that really goes to that's a real illustration of, it's not as if just magically, Mexican workers are paid less than us and that's why it's not magic. It's because companies are able to get away with stuff that they can't get away with here. And so, I mean, Mexican workers are, they're people, they're the same as us. And so obviously do they want to work for, $3 a day and a ride back home if they get their arm cut off? No, it's the conditions that they're facing there. And that these multinational corporations like Goodyear is at this point, can go down there and take advantage of that. And they do, even when the Mexican workers try to fight back.
Yeah. Look, these corporations and Goodyear, I probably have more dealings with them than anyone. But it's all about the dollar. They could care less about humanity and what is right and what is wrong. They don't care. They don't care. They never will.
Right.
And in my opinion, the union is what kind of tries to keep it on a level playing field.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, them workers in Mexico, they probably hadn't gotten near the laws we have to protect them.
Absolutely. And so,
but they were standing up for what was right.
Right. And so, Mickey, you were saying that Goodyear comes to you and they say, and the contract, expired in 2022, I think it was, and they come to you in 2019 or 2020 and they say, look, we're going to close the facility at the end of the contract. We're going to close the facility at the end of the contract, which at the end of the contract, after the contract is over, then that's when you have to bargain a new contract. But in the interim, there's the company has a whole lot more kind of latitude in between contracts if they want to exploit that. And so that was something that they were doing, is they were trying to exploit that, more kind of maneuverability that they had. And so, talk to us. They come to you and what happens next?
They asked to shut the plant down immediately. And they offered something that wasn't even close to what they owed us, as far as looking to the end of the contract and wages and benefits. So the union's answer was, we're not interested. They said, look, we're going to shut you down at the end of this contract. Why don't you take this? And our union answer was, we're not interested. You owe us till the end of this contract. So we come back and met again, and we ended up getting a fairly close agreement as far as meeting them expectations of the current agreement of getting the people money, their benefits. Now, we did have a lot of hiccups in the middle of it because you had COVID, you had unemployment involved, and so on. But the people that voted was membership. If you wasn't a worker in that plant, you didn't vote. Now, this lovely state senator that we're talking about, he says the higher ups voted to close it. That's wrong. They didn't get a vote. And the luxury SUV that he was talking about was probably a 2013 Equinox with about 300,000 miles on it. So what we done is the union got these people paid for the life of the contract, that current contract, and they got to get educated and get paid and get out and find other jobs during that time, because the plant did shut down. It shut down, and they got the rest of the contract and their wages and benefits.
Well, and they still had the
Goodyear. Do you think Goodyear wanted to do that? No. If it hadn't been for a union, they'd have closed the doors and said, hey, here's your pink slip, here's your Warren money, see you later. But this state senator, he failed to tell the people that.
Right. And he was, so they come to you and they say, look, we want to close the plant right now. Here's a buyout offer. And you said, no, you owe us through the end of the contract. You're going to pay us the equivalent of through the end of the contract. And so you were able to get that, basically 2 years. 2 years of pay for these folks to try to get their feet under them and figure out something else to do. And that was, like you said, there's no way you're going to get that without a union. That's really does show the value of having a union, even in cases where, management is going to cut you loose, and they're going to do that whether, and actually this is a great thing to note. I just got a call yesterday from a brother at Aerojet Rocketdyne. They just had a union vote to try to organize with a machinist, and they got beat. The union, it didn't go through. It was actually it was more lopsided than I was expecting. Vote against the union.
This was 3 or 4 months ago. And would you believe, Mickey, that they had a mass layoff yesterday? Would you? But they don't have a union, and so they can't negotiate over it. Exactly like you said, they got pink slips, they got a little bit of severance, and they said, "See, not going to see you again. Get out of here." That was it.
That's right.
That
That's
was
right.
it. And if the union had won the election, then they would have been able to negotiate over it. And you know, people would have said, oh, they're doing this mass layoff because of the union, even though obviously it was happening anyway. And so, unlike y'all down there in Gadsden, these folks here in Huntsville who voted against unionization they were not able to negotiate over the terms of their mass layoff, where dozens of people in Huntsville were just laid off. And so I think that's a really that's a great illustration of the value even in unfortunate circumstances.
Absolutely.
And so
but
you were also
these
go ahead.
politicians. If you look at these politicians, they get all this money. You know where it comes from? Corporations. That's where the big money comes from.
Yeah, well,
So
this guy is actually a non-union construction owner, construction contractor owner. Yeah,
that's right.
So I mean, they're going to lie, cheat, steal, whatever they can do to make us look bad, because the other side is padding their pockets.
Yep.
And you know who suffers? You know who suffers over it? The working class, the middle class.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly right. And I appreciate y'all coming and talk, Mickey, I mean, you were talking about this situation yesterday, and I could tell that this was, I mean, really, it took a toll on you going through this. Folks that you've worked with for years, having to start their life over in mid-career. I mean, what was that like, having the corporation, do that to y'all?
It was probably one of the worst times of my life, just to be honest. It was hard because you'd see these people come in the union hall and wanting help, didn't know what to do. And Riley can tell you, Local 12 was the history of Local 12. They got out and helped. They worked. And we did that. We got out and worked and done everything we could to try to help our members. And Goodyear sat away and really didn't do nothing.
Right.
They didn't help whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a hard time for everybody.
And this Representative Stadthagen, he was around at that time. He was in office in 2019. And so this is a story that clearly he was following. It clearly, he at least pretends it means something to him. Did he reach out to y'all during this time to ask how he can help?
No, he did not. We reached out to a lot of local politicians, state politicians, and even a little bit higher up than that. And there's, the state politicians, I don't remember hearing anything from them. Riley can speak more on that. The mayor's office in the city of Gadsden, we met with them twice, telling them, hey, we're in trouble. We need to get together and work on something to try to turn this around. The first one, they laughed. They said, oh, they've been saying this for years. They'll never close that plant. I said, guys, you better listen to me. We're in trouble right here. So a month later, we meet again. I asked to meet, and we got nothing again.
Well, and on the state side of it, Mickey Ray, the state felt like, hey, we did our part. We gave $20 million cash.
That's
and up to $10 million in training reimbursement. damn, Gadsden, you're supposed to pony up your 20. So the state wasn't very amenable to helping the city out. The city, in my opinion, the city is the villain. They, hell, if they had paid the money, the plant would be open today, and I won't never think anything different.
Right.
I agree because, and I wasn't in, I was working there in 2006, but Riley and them's negotiations, I was not part of them. But I did see the plan that constructed a new plant in Gadsden. And if we would have got that, we would have been probably one of the most modern plants that Goodyear had
in the world.
Yeah. So I don't understand why the city was the way they were. But the same administration in the city in 2006, if I'm not mistaken, was the same administration in 2020.
Yeah. Well, and just to be explicit about the go, higher up. I mean, do you care if I say what you said yesterday, or were you not wanting to say that? Higher up politically.
Oh, yeah. We actually, and I never did look the guy's name up. We actually had a guy call me at a basketball game one night and said, "Hey, introduced himself. His granddaddy thought the world of my father, and so on and so on." And I'd never talked to this guy. He said, "I think I may have somebody that can help you, because I was raised in the Gadsden area, and I don't want to see nothing happen to the plant." So we get on a call with a guy at the White House who was Trump's right-hand man. Trump was in office then. And in that call, he told us, he said, "Guys, let me see what I can do." He called back that evening and said, "I can't help you." Now, we reached out to him multiple times after that and never heard from him again. But there was no help from the White House.
Right.
At all.
Kind of like that wall Mexico was going to build.
Right.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. It's a, it's a real shame. And I think, and this is obviously just speculation on my part, but, I have to believe, and I would believe, I guess kind of like Brent, I don't know that I can believe anything else. If this plant was in Ohio, I believe that Trump would have been doing something about it. Or if this plant was in, a swing state, but he felt like, well, or if he even thought about it for a second, whoever his handlers are that tell him what to think, this is Alabama. He's got it in the bag. He don't need to work for votes here. And so he don't really care that much about what happens to a plant here in Alabama. That's what I think as far as Trump's lack of involvement. But
yep.
And it's really scary, but a tweet at that time that come from Trump.
Yeah.
It moves things sometimes. And we couldn't even get that.
Yeah. It's a shame. Well, Mickey Ray, Bryn Riley, Mickey Ray Williams, I really appreciate y'all's time and appreciate y'all taking the time to talk about this. I know it's something that can kind of be difficult to talk about, especially, Mickey Ray, you haven't gone through that and that haven't been such a big part of your life. But I thought it was important to respond to this and have some of the folks who were, and that's the funny thing, like people will talk about this and there's never any interest in we're talking about this situation. Maybe we should talk to somebody who actually was there for it. I don't know why that isn't people's first thought, but that was my first thought.
Let me add this, Jacob. I don't know this Stadhagen guy, but I've seen some of these ALEC bills, and I've seen some of these Chamber of Commerce, and I've seen some of these Business Council of Alabama op-eds. I think the boy signed his name to some shit they prepared for him, and now he's getting it stuck right up his rear.
There you go. We're gonna keep trying to stick it up there. That's
put
the
it
plan.
to him. Put it to him, baby. Put it to him.
All right, brothers.
Jacob, I really
your time.
appreciate what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate what y'all do. All right. Well,
Thanks,
y'all,
brothers. Take care.
Take care.
Yeah.
See you.
Bryn Riley, president of the Alabama AFL-CIO, former vice president for the United Steelworkers Local 12. Mickey Ray Williams, staff representative for the United Steelworkers and former president of United Steelworkers Local 12 during the closure of the Gadsden Goodyear plant. Really important stuff to give some facts to some of this nonsense coming from like Brent said, probably an op-ed that the BCA wrote.
Yeah, and I also want to say that Josh Moon did a pretty good column on this, and you and I sometimes disagree with Josh and some of his politics. And
I think this was my favorite article I have ever seen from Josh. I don't know that I have seen another one that I liked better.
Yeah, so I really appreciated him.
Yeah.
Using his platform to speak truthfully, especially since the op-ed, the false op-ed traveled quite a bit. I don't remember who all published it, but
APR and Yellowhammer.
That's
at
what.
least.
Yeah. So, we're seeing a full court blitz in the media against unions here in Alabama. It's nearly every day is some kind of new op-ed. There's a politician they've trotted out from somewhere. Current politicians, former politicians, they've recruited some pastors to do this.
Yeah.
It's really a shame.
Come on, do poor workers, good news to you, I'll tell how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. We are now in overtime. That is the second half of the program, and we have a great overtime lined up for you today. Like I said earlier, we have a best of. I think this is a really good segment where we responded to some of the arguments that Republicans were making in favor of revoking overtime for working people in the United States. That's going to be one of the big fights, I think, in the Trump administration, and we want to make sure that you're prepared for it. We also have an interview with Barry Eidlin about union reform efforts in the 90s and today, similarities, differences, and how we can keep the reform project alive. And finally, we've got a brand new interview with Lynn Harris that we'll be dropping about young worker organizing at the Colorado AFL-CIO. So it's a great overtime lined up for you. We have a double overtime, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But I'll go ahead and we will play the clips. I'll see you in double overtime. The new Department of Labor rule about overtime exemptions. Okay, so the standard is that you have the
the rights, and your employer must pay you over 40, it must pay you time and a half if you work over 40 hours in a week. Okay, that's kind of the standard. But then there are exemptions from that. And so one of those exemptions is the professional employee exemption. And it's basically that, look, if you have job duties that are kind of related to, you have all this, independent authority, you have a certain amount of independent authority to manage the administration of the business, and you're on salary, meaning you get the same amount of pay every 2 weeks, same amount of pay regardless of how many hours you work. Theoretically, whether you go above or below whether you go above or below this number that I'm about to tell you, whether you go above or below 40 hours in a work week, you get the same amount of money. But if you ever talk to anybody on salary, they'll tell you that they never work less than 40 hours a work week. It's always more than 40 hours in a work week. But that's not something that they'll tell you at the beginning of the job. And so that's one of the ways that they get away from overtime, is they say, look, this is a special kind of employee and they're on salary, so we don't have to pay them overtime. And that's in the law. But one of the, another restriction on that exemption, one of the restrictions on that exemption is the salary must be right now over $35,568 a year, right? So if you are an employee under $35,000 a year, you make less than that per year, you cannot be exempt from overtime laws. That's not legal. It doesn't matter what you do at your job. If you're employed and you make less than $35,000 a year, you're entitled to overtime and they must give it to you. But if you make over $35,568 in a year and you meet all of these job descriptions, then you can be theoretically exempt from overtime. You don't have to be, right? I make, significantly more than $35,000 a year, but I'm an hourly employee. I get paid by the hour, so if I work over 40 hours in a work week, then I get overtime. If I work less than 40 hours in a work week and I don't take any accrued leave, then I don't get paid, right? I'm an hourly employee. Okay, so the Department of Labor is seeking to change that salary threshold from $35,000 a year to $55,068 a year. So they're dramatically increasing this salary threshold. And so once this rule goes into effect, then if you make under $55,000 in a year, no matter what your job duties are, you have to be paid overtime if you work 40 hours in a work week. You cannot be exempt. So, as you can imagine, a lot of business groups are really up in arms about this. And so there was a hearing on this in the United States House of Representatives, which is controlled by the Republicans. And they had a hearing about this and saying, oh, this is so scary. So scary. And so
my stocks are quaking.
Yeah.
My stock options.
And the overtime rules are meant to discourage overtime. Like it's, in addition to giving the employees who work overtime a premium for their efforts, it's also meant to, part of it is meant to be a punishment to the employer, to the boss, right? Because you should not be, as an employer, routinely working your employees over 40 hours in a work week. So, you have to pay this penalty, right? And so that's one of the reasons for these regulations, is to punish employers. And one of the guests of the hearing for the Democrats explained why that's important by explaining the effects of overtime on employees.
And make no mistake about it, excessive overtime is dangerous for workers, leading to cardiovascular disease, stress, depression, increased alcohol and tobacco use, and mental health issues. It can also lead to increased absenteeism, low productivity, low morale, and higher turnover, all of which are significant costs to employers and make their workplaces less attractive to their current workforce for potential job candidates. And make no mistake.
So, There you go. And it's obvious, I think everybody has worked more than 40 hours in a work week at some point in their life, and you recognize that sucks ass, right? That is not fun. And so you can imagine if you're subjected to that week in and week out, that it's going to be detrimental to your health in a variety of ways. And so this is the group of workers that we're talking about in this hearing. The group of workers that works so much that they work over 40 hours in a work week. That's the only people implicated by this discussion, right? And so because that's the subject of this hearing, it is clear that Representative Virginia Foxx does not know where she is, because this was her opening remarks.
Unfortunately, what Ms. Conti was talking about is there's just a lot of people in this country who don't want to work, period, and want somebody else to take care of them. And that's not what this country's all about. What we need, we have great opportunities in this country for people to be successful if they want to work hard.
That's absurd.
How stupid. Like, we're in
Don't want to work over 40 hours. Like,
yeah, what are we talking about?
Which room was she in?
We're not in a hearing about unemployment benefits. We're in a hearing about overtime.
They don't want to do 712s, Jacob, okay?
That means they're lazy. Yeah, it's insane.
Dang it, for under 55 grand a year.
So it's bonkers, in the context of the discussion that we're having, because the discussion is only relevant to people who work over 40 hours in a work week, okay? So, this is just a silly thing, but it's also a silly thing in general. People say this a lot, even though it's
a lot
totally nonsense, because, look at this, prime working age labor force participation rate, okay? Google that. Google that, okay? The prime working age is 25 to 54. Currently, the prime working age labor force participation rate is about 83.34 or 5%. 83 point something percent, give or take. That means that more than 8 in 10 people who are working age are in the formal economy, right? These are people that the government is tracking.
Over the board, yeah.
This is not, this is not like mothers taking care of their children. This is people who are getting a paycheck every week, 83 point something percent. There have only been, in the history of the country, like 6 years where more prime age working people are working. Only 6 years. In the entire history of the country, since 1776, there has only been like 6 years where we have had more prime working age people in the workforce. So this is just such a silly thing to go around saying, because it is so unreflective of reality as to be absurd. And those 6 were like in the 90s or something. Which is, historically not a great time. The 90s, right? How old is Virginia Foxx? Let's Google that for a second.
We gotta figure out where this brain came
Foxx age. Let's see what okay, she's 80 years old. She was born in 1943. That means she was 25 in 1968. Okay, let's see what the prime working age labor force participation rate was in 1968. 71%. 71%, a full a full 11, 12 percentage points less than it is today.
Those lazy non-working.
And that's also part of the argument, is that like people don't want to work today. People don't want to work today. Today, people don't want to work, as compared to, presumably, when I was prime working age, back in the 60s, when only 70% of prime working age people were in the workforce. It's just insane. It's so disconnected from reality that it makes I go into a rage. I don't understand how people can say this because it's so unreflective of reality. Okay, so now there were some other people who did not, just kind of walk out of the nursing home and like, where am I? I don't know what's going on, right? There were some people that knew where they were and that did make arguments. I did not find them persuasive, but let's listen to them. I'm nothing if not fair, and I'll hear people out, right? So let's listen to one of the first arguments from the Republican side of the aisle as to why this new rule would be bad.
First, the proposed rule rejects 85 years of Department of Labor practice and would transform the salary threshold into a completely unprecedented regulatory device. Since 1940, the department's regulations have consistently embodied the principle that the purpose of the salary threshold is to screen out obviously non-exempt employees. Weeding out those individuals avoids the department, employers, and workers wasting time analyzing job duties of employees whose pay is so low that there is little chance that they would satisfy the duties test for exemption. The department has repeatedly cautioned that the salary level must not be so high as to exclude a substantial number of workers. Yet the proposed rule acknowledges that it would deny exempt status to at least 3.4 million workers whose duties qualify for exemption today. And the department admits in a footnote that the real salary threshold it intends to put into the final rule is quite a bit higher than the already high level stated in the proposal. In short, the proposed threshold of more than $55,000 per year would, for the first time in the nearly century-long history of the FLSA, transform the salary threshold into an entirely new regulatory tool, one that operates to deny exempt status to millions of workers whose job duties qualify for exemption.
Wow. That's pretty crazy. This guy is claiming that the salary threshold would be so numerically high as to completely alter the name of the game, so to speak, right? It's creating a completely new regulatory burden, doing something that's never been done before because this new salary threshold is so high, right? This is totally... this is just brand new. Never happened before. This is so, out of line with everything else that's come before it. So, you hear that first and you're thinking, okay, well, maybe I agree with the regulation, but that's something I want to think about, right? Is this such a big, departure from, historic trends? That's kind of, it's something that we want to chew on for a little bit, right? And so one of the guests that the Democrats brought, they chewed on that, and here's their response to that argument.
By raising the salary threshold to $55,068 per year, DOL will provide new and enhanced protections for approximately 3.6 million people who are now working more than 40 hours per week for free. By historical standards, this is actually a rather modest threshold. In 1975, 63% of full-time salaried workers were covered by overtime protections, regardless of their duties. Today, that share is a mere 9%. Had the relevant 1974 salary threshold for the current duties test merely been updated for inflation, it would stand at nearly $68,000 per year.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
I mean, this is anytime you hear an anti-worker politician or think tank freak or employer say something that makes it sound like their arguments are reasonable, that maybe the workers are asking for too much, or maybe this, pro-worker thing is not actually so good. You just never believe it because it's always almost bullshit, right? I mean, can you imagine being so... having the gall to know... There's no way that he doesn't know that. There's no way that he does not know that the $55,000 threshold is actually historically modest. And he's out here making the claim that this is the opposite of that. It is historically immodest. It is making history because of how high it is. I mean, just a lie. Literally a lie. This guy. Okay, so first argument, not super persuasive because it's a lie. So, look, if you're not telling the truth, it's difficult to be persuaded. If someone knows the truth and you're not telling the truth, not going to be very persuasive. Okay, so here's another argument, and this argument comes from the employer, the owner of a bunch of hotels, right? And so this is, hotel industry is, extremely is known for nothing if not its good treatment of employees, right? And so I'm sure that she's gonna have a good argument. Let's listen to that.
I'm here today to explain my perspective as a small business owner and a hotel operator, and to describe how the Department of Labor's proposed changes to the overtime rule will have devastating effects on my business, my employees, and the lodging industry. It is critical to note that the proposal does not simply increase salaries for few employees at a marginal level. Rather, an up to 70% increase will drastically impact the entire business plan well beyond compensation. We expect not only a significant jump in direct staffing costs, but also substantial increases in associated labor costs, including payroll taxes, federal and state unemployment taxes, insurance, and none of which seems to be included in much of the discussion. In order to handle these increases, employers will be forced to take actions that we do not want to take, including actions that could set workers back in their careers. The last thing small business owner wants to do is to lay off their employees. Unfortunately, some hotels may be forced to do so because of this new rule in order to stay in business.
So if you feel like really slimy after listening to that, you're not alone. I did too. Because think about like the ramifications of what she's saying. If it's true, think about if it's just grant her the benefit of the doubt that it's true. Because in all actuality, probably also a lie, right? Because this is always the argument against anything that would benefit workers. Unions, minimum wage, safety regulations, all of this stuff, going to kill jobs, going to shut down employers. And in fact, we saw exactly the opposite of that happen with the recent UAW contracts, where they have not only gotten all these raises and all this stuff for their members, but they have also gotten the companies to commit to reopen plants that had been idled and to build new plants in the future, right? So probably it's a lie, what she's saying. But let's take it at face value and say she's not lying. What does that mean? If she's not lying, what she is telling us is that she utilizes so much overtime labor from people who make less than $26 an hour, which is about what the threshold is, right? $55,000 a year, it's about $26 an hour. She utilizes so much labor, over 40 hours in a work week, from people who make less than $26 an hour, that it could drastically affect her entire business plan and cause her hotels to close. That's bonkers, right? How could that even possibly be the case? Right? You can only possibly work somebody, 80 hours in a work week, 100 hours in a work. There's only so many hours in a week, right, that are even available. And then you got to sleep. You got to go home, right? It's just difficult to imagine that that's even possible, that could be the case. But if it is, think about what that means for the people she is exploiting, right?
It's a real lords and peasants kind of conundrum where they're like, if we pay these peasants who are already working 40 plus hours, which is what blows my mind about like all these arguments, like they're already working full time plus hours. It's like, we pay them too much. It's going to destroy America. It's going to wreck our economy.
It really is
brutal.
It really is wild. That's just wild. I mean, that's kind of a really like showing your ass moment if she's telling the truth. Because that,
we need to exploit harder, guys.
Yeah.
So we can't exploit less.
I mean, all that does is just kind of underscore her wickedness and, all that. Okay, so, look, that's an argument. Again, not convinced by it. Not very convincing. Just makes me think that she's a bad person. So, okay. So here's another argument. Here's another argument that this woman has. Let's hear that one.
The department's effort to implement automatic updates to the minimum salary threshold will create immense problems for the hoteliers, especially regarding financial projections and their ability to plan for the future. According to the proposed rule, the automatic updates will occur every 3 years, regardless of economic circumstances at the time, which means that the threshold will be updated even there is an economic problem exists.
Okay, so here, another lie, right? Here's another lie. The lie being that, oh, if this updates every year, that's going to make my financial projections go crazy. Because it's a lie, because if you're actually doing all of this sophisticated financial projections and all of this kind of stuff for a 10-year, 15, 20-year plan, in every other line item on your budget, you must be, if you're a good business person, accounting for what? Inflation, right? You're accounting for inflation. You're making an estimate. It's not going to be perfect, but you're accounting for inflation. And so she's saying that if I have to account for inflation and keep the actual real value of this the same, that's going to make, I'm not going to be able to make financial projections. I mean, that's obviously a lie, right?
The 1% raise is a lot easier to calculate, so that's what they're going for.
It's so... How do people say this? Just in front of Congress, right?
In front of their employees.
In front of their employees on national TV.
Jeez.
Like, I'm just going to lie to people, and that's how I want to get my way. I'm going to lie. And so, look, here's a more diplomatic answer to her argument.
Well, actually, ma'am, if the overtime threshold is set at what seems like a static amount, it actually is a changing amount, because every year it erodes and it means less in terms of absolute dollars. So whether we index for inflation, which just keeps the status quo, or we set a number that erodes every year, it is a number that continues to change in effect and in reality every year. It's detrimental to workers. I mean, we saw that period from 1975 to 2004 when there was no change of a threshold. The Trump administration signaled that it planned to revisit the threshold every 3 years, acknowledging that that is a best practice. But of course, we haven't been able to revisit it that quickly again. The administrative process is, by definition, time-consuming, expensive. It's fabulous government practice to do something that is efficient, that keeps things steady for workers, and again, keeps things steady for employers. I've been doing this work for 30 plus years, and I've testified at a number of these hearings before, and what I always hear from my colleagues in the business community is they want to be able to plan. They want predictability, and they want bright line rules. Well, this rule gives them a bright line threshold and the predictability that every 3 years there will be modest increases that just keep pace with costs. And if we're in a recessionary period, in fact, there would probably be no increase, or there might be a decrease, in fact, in the threshold.
So there you go, right? Because no matter what you do, there's going to be a change. Either you're going to change the number and keep the value the same, or you're going to keep the number the same and the value is going to decrease every year. So those are your options. And obviously, the most fair thing to do is to continue to keep the value the same. And what another argument that she says, you know, the business lady's like, oh, you know, look, if there's an economic downturn, it'll be updated. Oh, isn't that so scary? You know, it could also decrease. The threshold could decrease if we're in an economic downturn and deflation happens and we get 20% deflation. Okay, obviously, the threshold would not increase.
They're
right?
literally just arguing for static wages against, and recession, inflation has, if y'all haven't noticed, take a look at your yearly raise as opposed to inflation to find out if you're actually getting a raise.
Yeah.
Because if you're buying, you know, you get a 2% raise and there's inflation at 10%, there's a lot of money that's going out the door. You're not going to be able to buy anything with.
So, look, we're knocking down these arguments one by one. We've got two more, and this one is kind of the funniest one that I have that they had during this hearing. So let's play that.
And one of the changes will be that the employees that they have for 10, 15 years who are on salary employees who feel like they are part of the business, they're part of the winning team working together, will have to be moved to salary. And that's, in my opinion, demoralization for our employees. And I don't think as a business owner, I want to take that step. And I don't think my employees would be happy with that action either. So it's a lose-lose situation on the both sides when it comes to the employers and employee.
Yeah, I didn't even think of this question, but as you're talking this through, I'm thinking of my previous career, and most of my career I worked as an IT professional, and a lot of my salary probably would have fallen under this new rule, and I would have seen it as a demotion. I know that people may not understand that, but I would have seen it as a demotion because I enjoyed as a salary employee not having to clock in and clock out, right? Not having to have every minute of my day tracked. Because I think that at the end of the day, the employer and I had a relationship that you do the work, you get paid, regardless of how much time that you're here. And so if you can...
Yeah, I'd like to just add one more thing. We're not looking over the shoulders for most of our team members, and I call them team members when I'm with them instead of our employees, because they are part of the team. We're not looking at, okay, what time you're coming in, what time you're leaving. I'll give you a perfect example. This morning, when I was up, 6 in the morning, I received a text from one of my employees, and I have the text saying, hey, I need to leave 1 o'clock today. Is it okay? Because she's changing her apartment from one apartment to another location, and they have people helping today. Now, this was not something that was expected. It was a last-minute thing. So the stuff like this happens, and I want to say not like once in a while. I would say weekly basis. If somebody's has to go to doctors or so they have to pick up their child. There's so many examples that I can give you that us as a business owners, but because our relationship with our employees is so close, that they also know that Jagati is never going to say no because she knows that how important the family and your medical situations are. So I think a lot of this relationship would change, and I think that would be a devastating, especially for me as a business owner, to see my employees in that position and to see my business in that position as well.
Yeah, so here's something that may make her feel better. You can still allow your hourly employees to take the day off if they have to go to the hospital. Not illegal under this rule.
Wowzers.
Yeah, not illegal under this rule. And just, what a silly thing to say that, oh,
you're not going to let them go to the hospital or something? Like, what's going to change, lady?
Well, but also,
Come on, lady.
Like, it's like,
Don't be mean.
I would consider it demotion. I would consider it a demotion if I got more money. I mean, just what it's difficult to even have a response to that because it's so silly on its face. Like, oh yeah, I would feel
that sucks.
hurt
If they demoted me and paid me more, I'd be so pissed. I'd be like, wait, you're taking responsibilities and giving me money? Does that happen?
Don't throw me in the briar patch, Brer Fox. I would hate to go in the briar patch. That's my least favorite thing. So there we go. So went through the arguments. Not very convincing. Workers deserve overtime. That is still my stance after reviewing the hearing.
Barry, you mentioned that you were in the Teamsters for a Democratic Union, not in it, but you were a staffer for it after coming out of UAW when you were a grad student. When about was that you spent your 6 years on staff at TDU?
So that was before grad school. This was from 1997 to 2003. So I interviewed for my job at TDU the day after the 1996 Teamster election was overturned, and 2 weeks after the 1997 UPS strike. So I basically just arrived for the decline of Teamster reform in the late 90s. right when so the overturning of the '96 election was the beginning of the end for the Ron Kerry administration, where Ron Kerry was, quite unfairly, expelled from the union for campaign violations committed by some consultants that he hired. But then I continued working for TDU through 2003. But those are fairly those were tough years for Teamster reform. Like Paul said, I would not have thought that the TDU convention would host both the Teamster General President and the UAW International President at their convention. The conventions were much smaller affairs. We struggled to get 150 people in the room, unlike today where there were 500 people at the last TDU convention. And just the possibilities are just so much larger, right? With the with the coalition, with Sean O'Brien, not that O'Brien offers everything that the reform movement has fought for by any stretch, but creates these openings for more grassroots kind of Teamster reform than we've seen in 25 years.
So, Barry, talking about your time with the TDU, you wrapped that up in 2003, and you said that basically you got in right on time, and this will make you feel super great. I was born in '96, so you said that you were. You came in right on the tail end of, or at the high point of Teamsters reform, and it was all downhill from there. And I'm wondering how does today feel compared to '97? Because if you were militant unionist, you've got a lot of reasons to be excited in '96 and '97, right? I mean, the New Voices slate, I think is what it was called, with the AFL-CIO. You've got Ron Kerry. You've got the Teamsters strike. I mean, there's a lot happening in '97, and the density that unions had was more than double, I think, or something like double what we have right now. So there's really a lot of
50%.
Do what?
About 50% more, is I think in the 16% range instead of the 10% range.
Gotcha. Yeah. So so there was a lot of reason to be hopeful in '96, '97, '95, and there's a lot of reason to be hopeful today. Do you feel like what are the differences and similarities and maybe things that people didn't do in '96 that we can be doing now to prevent what happened after '96 in the labor movement, which is nothing?
That's a great question. So, if I'm thinking about it, in the 1990s, yes, there was a lot of talk of like labor's revival, I think with the Sweeney New Voices slate. And then the Teamsters strike. There was also a lot of people were really excited about the United Farm Workers Strawberry campaign, the Justice for Janitors with SEIU. There's definitely a lot of stuff going on. I think the difference, there's two main differences that I see when I compare back then with where we are now. And the biggest one goes back to the point I was making in response to Paul's question about the character of the sort of more bottom-up, worker-led organizing character of what we're seeing today. So what people saw in the 90s, so the UPS strike, the 1997 UPS strike, was more along the lines of what we're seeing now, with a reform movement that had fought for the right to vote, and the Teamsters had gotten a reformer elected, who then put together a contract campaign that won this pretty incredible victory. But that was sort of one instance. That was sort of a one-off. The rest of what we were seeing was much more of a staff-led kind of labor revival, right? So Justice for Janitors was sort of hatched in the strategic planning offices of SEIU. The New Voices slate was, some called it at the time like a palace coup, right? Where you basically just had this exhausted, backward, old guard AFL-CIO leadership that just wasn't up to the task. And so you had these bit more dynamic group of labor officials who broke from them and saw their opportunity to sort of take the reins. But it wasn't part of a sort of bottom-up upsurge that was transforming the labor movement. And you compare that to now, where a lot of the movement that we're seeing is really this much more organic grassroots kind of thing, which is really a necessary precondition for any kind of broader upsurge in the labor movement. It really has to come from the bottom up. That's not to say at all that leadership doesn't matter. And I think we're seeing with the Teamsters and the UAW, the difference that having a more militant leadership in place can make. And we can talk about, the differences there. But you need that grassroots energy that is sort of spreading to create that dynamic. So that's number one. Number two is a bit of a bigger picture thing, which is that, the 90s is sort of in some ways like the height of I'm going to sound all academic now, but it's like the height of neoliberal hegemony, right? It's the height of, it's like Bill Clinton and, the sort of the DNC, the Democratic National, the New Democrats, and their whole idea of like this, third way that gets beyond the class divisions of the past and the old way of doing politics. And it's really, the idea of a broader class vision, the idea of a class politics is really absent on the American political scene in that time. You just have like the left is just really weak to non-existent for the most part. And so even though you have these signs of life within the labor movement, there's not much to back it up politically. And it also is not necessarily based, it's still a lot of the old players, from the 70s, from the new left sort of coming back. And, there isn't really as much of a generational transfer. Whereas I think today, in the aftermath of Occupy and then the Bernie Sanders campaigns, and then, the growth in Democratic Social America, DSA, have contributed to this sort of broader political shift that has both fed and been fed by this worker organizing. And so there's a bit of more of a synergy there for a political expression of a class politics, very, tentative. I wouldn't say, it's not some fully developed class politics necessarily by any stretch, but it's an opening for that kind of political vision that was not there at all in the 1990s. And so I think that those are really the two big differences when you compare the two moments. So I'm taking this as an invitation to talk about my Jacobin article on what is the rank and file strategy. So yes, I have been someone who's written about and been a proponent for something called the rank and file strategy. And that starts from the premise that in order to have to build a powerful working class movement that is a necessary precondition for a socialist movement that can actually transform society. You need to transform unions from the bottom up, and you can't do that on staff. You have to do it. It's the members that need to transform the union. And historically speaking, labor unions have a sort of a key sort of dynamic force within the labor movement in periods of upsurge has been this leadership layer of more militant, sort of class conscious workers who are widely respected by their coworkers. I think that's an important qualification there. This is not just a bunch of hothead radicals who want to sell their paper and talk about Marx and Lenin and Trotsky all day, and tell people about the Cuban Revolution or U.S. imperialism or something like that.
You mean
not to say that
you don't think that arguing about Lenin with your coworkers is a really great way to advance the labor movement?
Not at the current moment, no. Surprise. Shocking. Your listeners can't see this, but I'm saying this as someone who has the complete 45 volumes of the collected works of Lenin sitting on my bookshelf right above the screen. So that you can take that. So I know of which I speak in terms of the importance of not doing that. But,
enjoyable as it may be.
Yes. So the point being that that this leadership layer of workers who have a broader political perspective, informed by a more radical political vision, but able to command respect and leadership in the workplace, right, plays this critical role in building a more dynamic labor movement that can actually organize at scale and can actually, fight for big things and can win big things. And that layer has been largely eliminated in the U.S. labor movement over the past several decades for a variety of reasons that I've talked about in pieces I've written. And so a key task for people who are serious about rebuilding the labor movement has to be rebuilding that layer. And some of that comes from, and ultimately that has to come from, rebuilding the working class composition of the left, right? I think it's easy to see a divide. I mean, the divide is very apparent today between sort of the organized working class and the left, in a way that it wasn't, before World War II, right? Before World War II, left movements in the United States were overwhelmingly comprised of workers and farmers, or some combination of those. And it's only in the post-war period that you see a severing of that link, and you see a left that is much less based in the working class. And so I see it as sort of a key task for rebuilding the labor movement to re-link, to re-embed the left in the organized working class, essentially. And so one of the ways, one particular tactic, and I think this is important to emphasize, this is one tactic amongst many, is for people with various kinds of left ideology, or whatever they consider that to be, whatever variety of socialism, is that you need to be organizing in workplaces and building unions. And if it's an existing union, that's important, because you can then mobilize that infrastructure that's already in place. You can start getting into the work of rebuilding learning the ropes, and then actually doing the hard work of sort of transform the union using that existing infrastructure and leading to things like what we've seen in the Teamsters and the UAW. Hopefully, that's sort of a positive outcome. There's a lot of other sort of smaller scale versions of that, obviously. But that you need to actually be in these places where socialists can actually exert some sort of power, right? And that really comes from the workplace. And that's not at all to say that staff have no role, right? Staff, play important roles in implementing strategy, but they can't be agents of transformation within unions because their employment depends on doing what their bosses, who are the existing union leaders, tell them to do. There's little room to maneuver. And so, yes, if you're in a union that has a leadership that is committed to this more militant, more class conscious vision, then yeah, staff job can be great because you're going to be implementing that vision. But if you're looking to transform a union, it's going to be very hard to do that via a staff route.
Folks, we are joined by Alindra Harris, once again, Colorado AFL-CIO Young Worker Organizer. You heard her a while back talking about their work with the Starbucks Workers United, first unionized Starbucks store in Colorado. Really appreciated them taking the time to talk to us about her story. And so we wanted to bring her back on the show to talk about what she's doing now with the Colorado AFL-CIO, being the Young Worker Organizer, and they've taken the time to talk to us this morning. So, Lynn, thank you for coming back on the Valley Labor Report. I appreciate it.
It is honestly an honor. Y'all were so kind to hear me out and all the things I had to say, and gosh, all the things I even left out, which is crazy to think about. So honestly, it's an honor that I'm back here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, wanted to talk to you about this work because Adam and I have been kicking around the idea, and he's particularly been, really interested in the idea of a young worker committee or having a young worker organizer or something for the Alabama AFL-CIO, or maybe just within our labor council. I think probably part of it is because he is rapidly aging out of the cohort of young workers, so he wants to be able to get in on it while he still can.
Me too, though.
So,
I'm in the same boat.
So I guess, and I have been, and I'll level with you, Lynn, I have been skeptical of it. I've been skeptical of the idea of doing something like this because, at least, I don't know where y'all are at Colorado. I can understand, the idea of if everything is, We've met a lot of the other kind of fundamentals, and we're really in a good place kind of as a federation or as a local union or as an international. Then I do think, and I do understand the value proposition of having a young worker organizing initiative on top of that. But from where I'm sitting, in my local union, in our labor council, in our state federation, I just have a hard time getting excited about the idea of putting energy into something that's just targeting young workers when we're not really, there's a lot that's being left on the table with all workers first, right? So I guess, can you just explain to me, what is the kind of job description, I guess, for the Colorado AFL-CIO's Young Worker Organizer? What are you doing? And do you see it as something that everybody should be doing, that you should really be this should be kind of a priority even for, labor organizations that are kind of are leaving something to be desired in other areas? Or do you also see it as something that's you should really kind of have some of the more fundamental stuff done first?
That's a great question. And honestly, it's something that I have to contend with as somebody who holds a position that's never been made before. So I didn't really have a template, one, to work with. And two,
right.
pieces of how I got this position were grants. And, the part of a federation, the state federation, is having unions, all the affiliated unions, buy in to some degree. So there's a lot of people's money riding on my position. So it's important to contend with that reality. Like, is this worth their money and their time and investment, so to speak? And where I always think it's important for a union to and an organization to have some good fundamentals. I think one of the biggest fundamentals that we are lacking is establishing a foundation for young workers to exist in these spaces, because the reality is they don't. Primarily, as it stands right now, majority of organizations and members are made up of people who are 40, 50 plus. And pretty much most of the young workers that I've met with from different memberships here in Colorado, because one of the things I was tasked with doing to begin with is just to meet all the affiliated unions, or at least a good majority of affiliated unions under the federation, the organization I work for, and see what are they doing? What do they need? What's something that they're looking for younger workers? What are they doing for younger workers, if anything, et cetera? Just kind of getting an idea of where they stand. And there were a lot of young workers that I did meet with from these memberships, like IBEW, the International Bureau of Electric Workers, and CWA, Communication Workers of America, SEIU, the pipe fitters, et cetera. There's so many affiliated unions that we have that I've met with. And a lot of these younger workers were like, I don't feel like my position and my opinions and like what I care about, the issues I care about in relation to our work, are being reflected in this union. I do not feel as though there is an adequate like passing of the torch that should happen from older members of the union who've been holding positions of power and decision making for long enough at this point. And that can be kind of hard to hear, because it may sound as though there's a disregard for the experience that an elder in those spaces have to offer, and that's not what that is. But that doesn't change the reality that we want a passing of that torch, not just so that young people can come into power and the power is all mine, but to demonstrate the ability to pass that power, the ability to let go and face, yes, the very real and valid fear that you are no longer in control, and somebody with a different perspective than you, because that's just what happens sometimes with age by itself, is going to take the reins. That can be a little disconcerting, but that also shows the vitality and the ability to continue on and on with that membership, which I think is probably one of the most foundational pieces of having a strong membership and a strong union, is the ability to continue beyond yourself. The ability to carry on, to pass that torch, to be able to change with the times, because that's just kind of the inevitable processing of life. Now, that's very philosophical. And so let me rein it back in and also talk about what it is I'm actually tasked with doing. Because that's like, I just talked about super nebulous stuff, and I didn't really talk about like, okay, what am I actually doing? So when I first got this job, a lot of it was just kind of seeing what was happening, which was very weird and different for me, because I had occupied entry-level positions, especially in like food service or oh my gosh, I keep wanting to say realty, and that's absolutely not what it is. Retail. So I was in a lot of those like customer service positions prior, and it was super hard, and people didn't, respect you for it, and we weren't paid or anything, but like it was pretty straightforward what was expected of me. This was the expectation I do for a day, depending on what my job was. This job was a lot of getting a feel for the process of the federation, what my position in that federation might look like. A lot of it was just kind of seeing for the first year, which is really hard for me to contend with. I'd be like, where's my list? I want to check off my daily list. But ultimately it was meeting affiliates, meeting, not only the executives of those union affiliates, like I said, like IBEW, CWA, IATSE, pipe fitters, SEIU, AFT, I didn't name these before because I was a little just getting into a little bit of a stint, but there are numerically for my federation. There are, I think, 180 affiliated unions under our Colorado AFL-CIO, which equates to about 130,000 workers across the state of Colorado. And so I was meeting with a lot of their representatives, and then a lot of their younger workers that reside within those memberships. I was seeing how their younger worker programs operated, if they had any, which a lot of them don't, because, we're not, Colorado AFL-CIO is certainly not the worst not the worst federation off. Like we have a pretty decent process and table and executive board and what have you. And it's getting better and better, which is really exciting. That's why I'm here. But Colorado has, I think we talked about it before, Adam, it has a lower percentage of union density than Alabama. And so I was meeting a lot of these affiliates, talking about the processes, what they cared about, what were their issues. And from that, I have to try to draw a bridge between what young workers care about and their issues and the issues of the unions that are already established, and see, okay, how can we meet in the middle? So for an example, young workers right now are really concerned about the environment. Like climate change is a huge thing for people. And that can be kind of a butting head for labor, because a lot of laborers are in, unfortunately, the fossil fuel industry and have been in the fossil fuel industry for a very long time. You have coal workers and miners, you have, gas and pipe fitters there, you have the processing plants. And as much as, I myself, like I said in my last episode, I was really motivated by protecting the environment and climate to get into labor. I can see now why labor would be opposed to shutting down a coal plant, because what's going to happen with all of those workers? Do we actually have a transition for those workers that makes sense, that doesn't lose them their wages, that doesn't lose their benefits? Because these people, the reality is young workers, and by young worker, they say anyone under 40, because the trades kind of skews a little older, like I mentioned. And as a person who's in their early 30s, it's nice to be like, oh yeah, I'm still a pretty young worker if it's based by under 40. But for the most part, the demographic we're really thinking about is 18 to 28.
Right.
So yes, people under 40, but 18 to
Oh no, that
24,
means
28.
I'm aging out. This is my last year then. If 18 to 28 is the young workers, oh dear.
Watch out.
I thought I had a few more
watch
years.
out. Well, you do under my umbrella, so you're welcome under my umbrella.
Okay.
Ultimately, younger workers, a lot of them either just statistically, they don't have a full family yet. They probably aren't married with kids quite yet. They don't have a home or a house, at least not one in the same way that a person who's married with 2 kids would have. So that sort of concept of protecting a gas worker who's been, or a coal miner who's been mining coal for a while, who has 3 kids and a house and a mortgage, and their benefits are really, really good, and he knows his kids are taken care of. What incentive can you ask that coworker to support shutting down that coal plant if there's no way to transition him and his family over into something that's viable and feasible for them? And that's a really hard pill to swallow, because the executives, the executives and the shareholders and the investors, they're not going to be the ones that ultimately suffer directly or most significantly by shutting down a coal plant. So I have been tasked, that's just one example. I've been tasked with figuring out where these commonalities lie so that we can start to strengthen those commonalities, start creating avenues for those people from both of these sectors to come together, and then start working together to establish policy, legislation, action, whatever that looks like, to build a united front among, in this case, people who are environmentally conscious, like a lot of young workers are, and people who don't want workers to suffer, which that's the commonalities. Workers shouldn't have to suffer for this. There is so much money that's going up, as I talked in the last episode, the money that we as workers make across industries is being taken from us. That is a commonality. We can start from there. And then as we branch out from that one sole issue that connects us all, we can start specifying, okay, you're more interested in environment, you're more interested in housing, you're more interested in taxes, whatever that looks like. So I have established a young worker table. We're still kind of working on the name, it's been quite funny. But originally it was COIWIT, Colorado Young Worker Table. But I wanted something that was a little bit more like in Texas, they have something called y'all. It's like young, oh my gosh, young
active labor
action.
leaders.
Thank you, young active labor leaders. Thank you so much. And I was like, that's fun. That's a fun word. It's easy to remember, and it's specific, but it's also timeless. And so we're still trying to work on like that sort of, Venn diagram. I don't know if we'll ever really achieve
Adam
that.
and I were actually having, we can call it a discussion, a debate about that name, and he liked it. I think I actually, I prefer my intuition would be to lean more into like the serious like Colorado Young Workers Initiative or Colorado Young Workers Table or the Young Workers Committee of Colorado, something like that. That's like feels real and like serious and is not being like gimmicky about like y'all, look, we're cool, we're the, we do acronyms and short words, aren't we? Do you how do you do, fellow kids, kind of thing. That I get. I love the people. I love some y'all people. I love some of them. I've talked to some of them, but that's the feeling that I get when I see stuff like that. But that's just I don't know, maybe I'm a loser, I don't know.
No, I have to honestly, I have to own it because it's so funny that you mentioned that because I like y'all, but I wasn't gonna take it because frankly, like we could be like, oh yeah, y'all, but I didn't want that. But one of the suggestions that someone made was slay. And I was like, and they were like, yeah, solidarity, labor, action for youth. And that was my response. Like, and it was a really good friend of mine who I adore to pieces. She is actually an amazing labor leader that like I would highly recommend talking to. But she recommended it, and I was like, I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but I was like, no. And it was because one, it felt really gimmicky, and it felt very like it was gonna go stale very quickly. I mean, Slay's already going. It felt too gimmicky, and it wasn't transcendent. It wasn't timeless. And so we're still working on it. But co-work might be one of the ones. It's Colorado. Like I don't know. I also we played around with slang, which was like solidarity, labor, action for the next generation. But anyway, we have this table, whatever it's named, and it's we're now starting to really put together what it's going to operate, or how it's going to operate rather, and what that's going to look like. And we want to act right now as a hub. So bringing young workers in, which is our next meeting, is actually, okay, how do we bring young workers in? Which one of the avenues, which I've talked with Adam on a few times now, is just getting into schools. Using our connections with different educators, which unions are ripe with educators. We have teachers across the board. We have, people in, different colleges and professors and regents and et cetera. So we have a bunch of different avenues with which we can get in contact with an educator who could set us up with speaking to their students, whether it's in a civics class or a government class or, whatever particular subject matter that could easily tie itself to labor and unions, which much of it can, or our labor comes back to many things, which is really, really cool. So that's just like kind of a more casual channel in the use of our connections as a federation to get that going. That's one channel in getting young workers into this space. Our next meeting is going to go over other ways we think we could bring young workers into this space, but basically bringing them into this space, acting like a hub to say, okay, do you care about the environment? Cool. We have BGA, the Blue Green Alliance, which is an organization that is designed to bring environmental groups and labor together so that they can find that common ground and actually, get things done that are, putting into practice climate resilience, as well as taking care of workers, because we can chew gum and walk at the same time. Young people in particular are like, I'm sorry, I don't buy the fact that we can't do it. Like, we're the wealthiest country on the face of this planet. We absolutely can come up with some really incredible, solutions to this. I don't believe this whole, like, we just can't do it. And so that's one of the things that we're doing with our table, is acting like a hub, pointing young workers in the direction of, not just already established, like labor-friendly organizations that are, working to address climate, housing, etc., but also establishing connections that maybe haven't been made yet. So like the Sunrise Movement is a very well-known, younger-oriented movement towards environmentalism. Reaching out to the Sunrise Movement is something that we're going to be doing next. It's actually occurring as well in another space in with my organization, where we're just trying to bring different organizations together, whether community organizations, faith-based organizations, labor organizations, etc., to put forth, a united front of policy, legislation, actions, so that when it comes down to circumstances where we could easily be pitted against each other, not to continuously use environment and labor, but that's a really good one. When it comes to circumstances where it's really easy to pit us together, we will have a united front. And as a young worker and young worker organizer, being able to unite labor and humanitarian interests and issues like the environment and housing, it excites people. It really brings people together. We saw it in the 60s, when Martin Luther King Jr. Walked with the sanitation workers. Like that was a human rights campaign, a hugely popular in at the time in both good and bad ways. And obviously we reflect now in a good way, which I'm glad it was good that the civil rights happened. But he coupled himself with the strike that was happening with sanitation workers. When those things happen, when we come together on those united fronts, that's when magic really happens. And young people are really impassioned about a lot of humanitarian issues. And so if labor can get behind that, and that's one of the things I'm working on, is establishing those connections, then I think we'll see some incredible headwind in our sales as working people, because all of us work.
Right. Right. And so this is how new is it? When did you start on as the young worker organizer for the Colorado AFL?
I officially started in April of 2023. So I'm a year and some change into this position. And like I mentioned before, it's kind of sometimes hard to contend with the structure of this job, because before I was working on a day-to-day basis. These are the check marks I have to get done for the day.
Right.
Or with this job, there's some daily things that I do, like checking with emails and reading up on some articles and maybe just plotting certain things out. But for the most part, it kind of depends on the ebb and flow of how legislation is going to shake out after the legislative session. What sort of economic changes we might see in the next couple of years. There's different cycles of representatives that are dependent or reflective of what we have to work with. And of course, the ever changing dynamics of our society is something that labor constantly has to roll with the punches. We had Reagan, who completely, unseated the power of unions in the past and have been that way for decades. This is something that we're now, now that this huge wave of labor positivity with the UAW and with Starbucks Workers United, it's we're constantly seeing the way that these changes are occurring. And for the most part, they're good, but there's always some bad. So it's, I've only been here for about a year and some change, which it's if I was at Starbucks, I'd be I've been here for a year and a half. I know what I'm doing. This job, it's we're still feeling out the leg session, feeling out how this representative is going to work with us. And,
And so, some of this stuff, and it's really important, and I'm sure that there are other things, other kind of community coalitions and legislative coalitions that you'd be interested in building. I'm thinking of, right now the what was it during the coal strikes in Britain in the 80s, there was a really big push from the LGBT community to support the miners on strike. And it was I can't remember. It was gays for the miners or something. It was something like that. I can't remember what it was, but those sorts of coalitions can be really good as well. That's another one, like the LGBT community and the labor community, have kind of been put at odds with one another in some cases, kind of like the environmental community and the labor community. And you've been talking about, some of these coalitions with other groups like outside of labor to work on common interests and to try to build these coalitions so that you're stronger and it's less easy for the powerful to break you up in future, legislative fights or economic fights or things like this. I'm wondering if you has there been any work that you have done within the Federation with labor councils or local or state councils of unions on like youth recruitment, and I've got this on my mind because I just had a conversation with a UFCW grocery division director and a graduate student union local president about organizing in transient workplaces, and obviously those are going to skew very young as well. And so thinking kind of more broadly than transient workplaces, but with young people in particular, when I speak to old heads, you could say, in the labor movement, it is striking how common it is that they have, not a negative opinion of the youth vis-a-vis their relationship to the labor movement, but frustration with the youth about their lack of engagement. People will talk to me and say it's so great seeing somebody that's so young being so involved, because I can't get anybody that's under 30 to come to a union meeting, and we've got a lot of people under 30 in my local union, and they'll ask me how like for tips, and I'm kind of at a loss in some ways, and so has that been part of your remit as well, like working with local unions to do like recruitment drives for young people, or or even just getting young people who are members of the union to be more engaged, to be stewards, to step up into more leadership type roles, and just get more active actually like within the union, as opposed to thinking about like how can we strengthen coalition, or how can we strengthen our relationships with coalitions that the youth feel are important. That is important, but thinking through like within our unions, have you done anything like that, or is that something that you're kind of working on?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought it up, because it's always two-part, honestly. It's always good to get more people into your union space, more membership, more strength, etc. But like, it's not going to mean much if you don't have internal strength as well. And so, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And that's absolutely something that we're working on, because when I first started working, that's kind of what we were talking about, was like, what are these unions doing just as individual unions to engage their younger worker base and make sure that there is like, internal organizing happening to ensure that their younger membership is engaging. And then what are we as a federation doing to help support that from our individual unions and our affiliates? Because we want to make sure that our unions are foundationally strong. And if it starts young, that's like the best, because then you're going to have people pretty much from the jump having engaged. They know how to do it. It's going to get easier and easier as time goes on, at least conceptually. Like, it becomes practice and habit to engage in your union that way. So if you get them younger and they understand the process from the get-go, then that, how could that be a bad thing, is them being engaged with their union, right? So those are both things that we are trying to bolster: individual union interaction with their membership, and bolstering, union engagement from everyone, including especially younger members, as well as kind of providing like a federation support as well. And the ways that we're doing that, I've been attending a few of the LCL, like the different locales, like one in Boulder. We have BALC, Boulder Area Labor Council, and then we have DALF, which is a Denver Area Labor Federation, then the NCLC, which is Northern Colorado Labor Council, etc. And so I'll sit in on those meetings a lot, or I'll interact with a lot of the heads of those labor councils and introduce them to young workers for certain causes. Like, let's say they have like we'll get like emails from Northern Colorado Labor Council about like an action, and I'll make sure to get in contact with younger members that have already established a relationship up in northern Colorado to attend those actions. So that's like more straightforward, like just literally using my connection as a younger worker to say, hey, fellow young worker, attend this, please. So that's one way. But another way that we're trying to encourage union members to engage in their own union is one, set the example. Because sometimes I think it's really easy for older workers who've been in it for a really long time. They've been putting their all to it. And again, they've been kind of down and out for the past like 40, 50 years. So I can kind of imagine why they'd have a little bit of a jaded perspective to have to work with that kind of condition for so long. Like we're there's a lot of things that us as young workers that we have to deal with that older workers never had to. And that's awful and horrific. And it should never be that way. However, we're coming into the work, especially the union life, the worker union life that or movement on an upswing, on a sudden surge of union positivity. So we have to recognize that privilege as younger workers as well. So I understand the frustration, but I think sometimes it's easy for older workers to kind of put the cart before the horse and saying like, why don't you engage? And it's like, maybe set an example how one would engage. Maybe, you know, instead of, it's really easy to assume people are apathetic. That's a really common word in the labor movement. People are just apathetic. They just don't care. It's not true. It's almost never true. For the most part, most people have something that they really care about. What seems like apathy is probably just, they don't feel like it matters. They don't feel like their voice matters. So leading by example is something that I think is really, really important. When you lead by example, people will believe what you have to say. They'll trust that you at least put your money where your mouth is. And so I just try to attend as many events that I can attend to show, hey, I'm here to support you. So I hope that you come to support me when it comes to those moments. And another piece that we're kind of trying to work on, or actually what I should mention that I think is even cooler is, are you familiar at all, either of you familiar with the Grace Carroll Rocky Mountain Labor School, or Grace Carroll Labor School in general? I think Rocky Mountain is just like the Rocky Mountain chapter. No, okay. So apparently, I want to say it was like 40, 50 years ago. I don't remember how long it's been going on for, but there used to be like a handful of labor schools. There's kind of this debate whether it's like 4 to 7. And I feel like that's a pretty significant gap. But at least a handful of labor schools around the country where for like a week or two, unions around that county, that area, would send their members to this school for the week or two to learn several different facets of union engagement that are important both in the union and beyond. And one of those, so it's literally just classes. Like you take classes from experts for about 2 weeks. You stay in these dorms. They're usually held on college campuses or you know, some sort of educational campus of some sort. They house the members, and they have them, like the unions pay for these members who they think are a good investment to send for certain the classes that they have to offer, which usually the classes that are offered are, I'm not going to remember all of them because there's a lot of them. There's like internal organizing, external organizing, stewardship, bargaining a contract or contract negotiations, political engagement, labor history, labor law. Like there's a bunch of really amazing classes that are so pertinent to the understanding of how a union works, what type of power you can get in a union, the different ways that you should engage with it. If you aren't happy with your union at all, if you're really upset, like how do you engage with it? How do you get your fellow members to engage with it, to change it, etc. And that's something that these union schools, apparently the only one left is the Rocky Mountain Labor School. And so the Colorado AFL-CIO was the main host this year to the Rocky Mountain Labor School, Grace Carroll Rocky Mountain Labor School, that was hosted at the Colorado School of Mines in Golden. And it was like one of the first weeks in July. And what's really, really cool about this school is not only does it bring union members from across the Rocky Mountain region, so it's like Colorado, Arizona, Idaho, Utah, Nebraska, gosh, there were so many, Oklahoma. There was actually some people from like across the country, like New York and Minnesota. So not just the Rocky Mountain region. it's honestly anybody's welcome to come. It's just hosted in the Rocky Mountain region. And yeah, just these union members all come together from these different parts of the country, primarily the Rocky Mountain region. And we have 2 classes that all of us take together, and it's labor law and labor history. And or labor history, definitely. Labor law, there's labor law 1 and labor law 2. So depending on, you can attend it for multiple years. And so it brings everybody together who are part of a union, whether you're part of a super traditional union like the pipe fitters and the bricklayers and what have you, to something that's much more new and established like Starbucks Workers United. It brings these people together to learn history. In this case, there was a lot of state specific, like Colorado labor history, as well as like general labor history. And then there are so many other classes that are like, this is how you get people to engage on a political level within your membership, and doing internal organizing and understanding, like, yes, the ABCs of doing a campaign, like holding meetings, having agendas, like escalating, and what that process looks like, as well as the sort of nebulous aspect of organizing, which is just creating a community and enjoying and wanting to protect and uplift that community and what that looks like. And so that's another piece of the Grace Cale Rocky Mountain Labor School, is just the solidarity of it. Like, you are physically in the space of these people for the next week. You eat with them. After classes are done, you go out to drink with them if you want to. Like, you establish these really amazing friendships in this week time. And so in the past, when some policy would come forth, maybe at the local level or even at the national level, that would like seem to really benefit, let's say, like the electrical workers, but ultimately would be a detriment to healthcare workers or Starbucks Workers United or whatever it is, like retail workers. Maybe would have been a lot easier in the past to be like, well, this is a big benefit to the electrical workers, so sorry, we're taking it. Like, we're going to support this legislation or whatever it looks like. Now they say, oh, no. Not only did I learn in this school all these processes by which, labor history has taught me the solidarity in these actions is how we really get things done, but also the actual ABCs of getting people involved, the importance of talking to people, even if it's hard, and what solidarity actually looks like, and how, I'm not going to let these policies or the temptations of this policy that may benefit me. I'm not going to let this force me to only see the tree as opposed to the forest. Like, you need to see the forest. We can't, you can't see the forest from the trees. And a really easy way to combat that sort of isolation, that silo, is to establish places of solidarity, both in an educational sense. You're learning about your union membership and what that looks like and how to engage with it, as well as just injecting humanity into it. I think beyond the labor movement, this is me getting philosophical again, I'm sorry, but beyond the labor movement, I think American society really encourages people to be isolated, to be individualistic, to be siloed, to just focus on themselves. And, I think there's an importance of having agency. That's what you need to be engaged in your membership. People need to have some manner of motivation for themselves. You can't, force people to do this.
Right.
So there's that truth to it. But I think that's gone so much one way at this point, that when it comes to the importance of seeing and engaging in community and what that looks like and how to actually behave and act as a collective for the collective good, that's a lot harder. It's which is hard it's a hard pill to swallow. And so I think even just the practice of seeing people for a week and being like, I know your face. You're a human. Like, you're looking out for me. We broke bread together. We ate together. That's a huge part of solidarity that people don't think of, because we're so work focused. We're such a work focused culture. So there's so many pieces that we've been trying to really feed and invest in that go beyond just the sort of blocks. Here's some trainings that the AFL-CIO has hosted in regards to getting your membership involved, and also digs into, here, let's break bread together. Let's celebrate together. Let's just enjoy each other's company together and learn together. So hopefully that answered. I'm sorry, I feel like I kind of went off, but
No. I think that's all great. Alindra Harris, Young Worker Organizer, Colorado AFL-CIO. Adam, do you have any other questions for Lynn before we let her go?
I just wanted to ask, like, if you have any words of encouragement for folks, perhaps. If you haven't, because you have struggled, you have gone through a journey in this movement, and I'm curious, just what would you encourage folks who think, you know what, I'm too tired, I'm too busy, I've got too much going on. You know, there's always, we all can find these excuses, right? And that's not to delegitimize them. Like, we all have things going on. So I guess that would be my question is, what do you share with folks? Why should you do something?
Gosh, I feel like there's so much I could say, to be honest, which is not a bad thing. But I think a part of it is, why should they do something? Because we all want to do something. Like, we all feel it. I think that's the common ground that we all live on, is we feel something needs to give. Something has to happen. And to go back to not seeing the forest from the trees, you know, I think so many of us are kind of positioned intentionally by our society to be exhausted, to have all, you know, most of the means with which we generate with our work taken from us, so that we have to, you know, scrounge for time, scrounge for money, scrounge for inspiration and emotional, you know, capacity to even survive and to continue even just doing our typical day to day, right? But I think for myself, and what I would say to kind of encourage people to keep going is, man, the satisfaction. And you know what? I'll just talk about what my grandfather-in-law said. He was a very active guy, and he would do a lot of very kind of crazy, strenuous outdoor expeditions that would kill some people if they slipped up, kind of situation. And one of his friends asked him, like, as they were like paddling for hours and days against a headwind on a lake, you know, just like terrible, grueling conditions. And he was like, why do you do this when it's so painful? And he said, because it feels so good when you stop. You feel so, you like, I did it. Oh my God, I'm doing it. And that's how I feel. Like, this is exhausting work. It's really hard, like, to try to find the commonality with people in a time and an age where it is so profitable to inflame our differences and to highlight those differences and use them as a means to instigate our division, you know? It's really hard to find the commonality right now, and I think that's on purpose. But like, all of us, I think, have that feeling of, we're not being taken care of. Something isn't fair. This isn't fair. And we don't feel as though we're being listened to or represented. I think most people across the political spectrum feel that way. It's why there's such an intense divide right now when it comes to certain politics and politicians. Is like, they feel this person really represents them, but no, this one doesn't, and what have you. Organizing your labor, as I've said in regards to addressing climate issues for myself, organizing your labor is the most effective way, I believe, to get your voice heard. Because our money is what makes everything run. Our money, the work that the laborers generate, and even if you make $200,000, if you make $50,000, like, you're a laborer, you work, whether you're a Republican or conservative, those people work, whether you are disabled or not, those kinds of people, every kind of person works. And if we can form solidarity around that, then I believe more than anything, I'm just trying to be nice, I'm trying to be gentle. I believe that we will actually see our voice as the true wealth generators of this society. We will actually see our voice reflected in our society. That's what keeps me going. That's what I see reflected in, you know, my union siblings, my union family, and people even outside of that who are just coordinating with us and supporting us. Is that not only does it bring people together, which is what I think we desperately need, is these commonalities, but it reflects a level of voice and power that I haven't seen in almost any other space. And And so if nothing else, if you really want to see your opinion about housing, your opinion about the environment, your opinion about your working conditions, your opinion about education, and how it needs to come to serve you, if you organize around how your money flows in and out of your community, you're probably going to see that change. So I don't know. It's just kind of like, hey, do you want to see change happen? Make it happen. But just also remember to take breaks. Remember to give yourself kindness and love. We're only human. We're not machines. We're not automatons. We're not just workers. That's a false dynamic that America has sold us, is that you're only worth what you work. And that's just so wrong. So just be gentle and understanding and empathetic with yourself and with other people who may not be so quick to join you in the fray to begin with. Because when I started with Starbucks, like I said, so many of my coworkers were like, I'm too afraid. I can't lose my job. I can't do this. It took two people supporting me. And then once we got in this boat together and they saw what they could achieve, it's changed their lives forever. So it's hard, but in the end, it's worth it. And now I'm going to step off my soapbox. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure's all mine.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Folks, you are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. When we do these best ofs and we do these pre-taped episodes, we like to try to give you a little bit more. And so that's what we've done this today. We have double overtime lined up for you. And this one is really heavily focused on union education. Okay, so we talked to Courtney Smith and Keith Brower-Brown from Labor Notes, and we talked through some of the main workshops that they do at their Troublemakers School. We talked about beating apathy and forming your workplace organizing committee. These were fantastic conversations, and I'm really excited to be able to share them with you. They're brand new. And so we hope you enjoy them. Hope you're able to get something out of them in your union campaigns. But without further ado, here they are.
We are joined by Keith Brower-Brown, labor and climate organizer with Labor Notes, and Courtney Smith, staff organizer for Labor Notes, to teach you how to do unions better. Thank you, Courtney and Keith. Appreciate y'all taking the time to talk to us today. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
good to be here.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Really exciting to have you. Tomorrow we're going to be, people will be hearing this significantly later, but tomorrow in the present, as we're recording this, we will be down in Birmingham at the Troublemakers School. And we're going to be going through a couple of the workshops that attendees of the Troublemaker School in Birmingham are going to be going through with y'all and some other Alabama unionists leading the workshops down in Birmingham. And so what we wanted to do, for the people who are not going to be able to go in person, we wanted to try to bring some of the magic of Labor Notes right onto your computer screens. So really excited for the conversation. The first workshop that we wanted to talk through is what they call beating apathy. You know, one of the problems that we have in the labor movement is, and really in a lot of kind of volunteer spaces, if you talk to anybody, somebody who's active in their church, somebody who's active in their fraternity, somebody, you know, any kind of thing like that, you're going to hear a very similar complaint among the people who are leading the organization, and that is that too few people are doing too much of the work. So, you know, we'll start with you, Keith. Can you talk to us about how does it happen that you have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people doing the work of such a big organization as a local union that might represent 100 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 1,000 people? How does it happen that you have a handful of folks doing that work, and what happens when that is the case?
This makes me think right away about a business manager of a big IBW local out in the Central Valley in California who I've talked to over the years, who, you know, not a bad guy, but he has this mindset of like organizing work, bringing new people into the union. That's not members' work, because like I have the knowledge of how to do this. I don't want other people to mess it up and make new problems that then I'll have to clean up. So there's this kind of mentality of like protecting the union that a lot of union officers get into this mindset sometimes of like, oh, there's legal risks, there's financial risks. You know, if we rock the boat in the wrong way, so we got to hold tight onto the work of the union. And then there's the problem of like that reproduces a sense of membership. Like, that's not our work, you know? So it's not my job to step up and organize my sibling out on the job site who's not in the union yet. So we start the workshops by asking, this workshop, Beating Apathy, starts with asking, raise your hand if the work of your union is equally shared among all the members. Nobody ever raises their hand to that question. Right. It's a real problem.
Yeah, and we usually, the way we ask that question is by doing a scale. So, you know, we'll ask, one end on the scale is raise your hand if majority of the members do majority of the work. That's on the 5 scale. And when we're in person, we have people get up and like move to different areas of the room. So you have that on one end of the scale, and then on the other end is only a few people doing the majority of the work. And what you see is that most people are on this other end of the spectrum, where it's a few people doing the majority of the work and people are burnt out.
Right. And, you know, there's something of like almost like a doom loop when you get into a situation where you have one person doing all of the work, because then that, you know, centralizes all of the knowledge into this one person, and it makes it so that you can't have other people doing the work. And so you can create a situation by, you know, you can have this one task where you as a local union president can say, it would just be easier for me this one time to do this grievance myself. I know how the process works. I know the member, I know the supervisor, I know the problem. I can get a resolution that everybody's going to be happy with in a week. And for somebody else that hasn't done it, it's going to take them forever. They're going to have to learn the whole thing. I'm just going to do it. It's just going to be easier for everybody if I do it. But then if you do it, you're robbing somebody of their ability to learn to do that in the future, and you are robbing yourself of the opportunity to have an engaged membership in the future, and you are forcing yourself to do it in the future, right? And that's like, I would imagine that is kind of really the genesis of a lot of this kind of, a lot of the centralization of knowledge and so many people doing so much of the work. You know, you have people who care and who have their hearts in the right place genuinely, and they know how they think things should be done, how they want things to be done, and so they want to go ahead and do it, and they want to because they think that's going to be the best, but like that's not exactly the best, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it just reinforces itself, right? This bureaucratization of union work creates this cycle where you know, one person is doing it all, and membership looks at the union as a third party kind of service model, where they can go to their union if they have an issue and they'll take care of it. We don't have to think about it. So it just creates this, never-ending cycle of one person doing the work or a couple of people doing the work, and then they get burnt out, and then they bring in, new folks who do the work for a few years until they're burnt out, and it just is this, cycle over and over again. So we really asked this question to try to ground people in their own experience of how things are being done, and getting them to think through and come to their own conclusion for why that's not working for them.
And so, the situation of like even people who are in and who are kind of replicating that situation, who are, doing all the grievances themselves and all this, they recognize after they're in it, like, oh, like this is not great, right? Like this is a less than ideal situation for me and my members and my union. And, Labor Notes has this visualization tool to help us think about, to help us visualize this situation and maybe start thinking about how to fix it. Can you explain this tool for us?
We're aiming for the bullseye is what this part of the workshop is called. So the heart of the bullseye is the core of union activists. This isn't necessarily who's elected to the president position or whatever. It's who is constantly talking to people about building the union, trying to strategize, trying to build a stronger union together. A lot of people listening probably in that core or close. The next layer out is activists. So this is the next ring of the bullseye, are activists. So these are people who are consistently showing up, being a part of planning. And the thing that really separates them out from the rest is that they're bringing new people into action. They're talking to their coworkers to get them involved. Next, after that, you got a third layer, the supporters. So these are coworkers who you can count on to show up when there's a big action, sign a petition. They're people you trust to support the union. Next layer out is kind of the biggest one we talk about in this workshop in a lot of ways, disengaged. It's the huge bulk of coworkers who are not plugging in to building the union together yet, who maybe aren't super anti-union, but they're not doing much to build it. And then beyond that, there's on the outside of the bullseye, there's hostile, coworkers who are anti-union for whatever reason. We generally say that not worth a ton of time. Focus there. We're focusing on bringing in disengaged members to become supporters to become activists who are recruiting more people to be active, and then building your core with new people, making it much bigger so it's not just a few people holding on to this work.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the things that we try to press on this point is that it's a static thing. It's not, or it's dynamic. It's not static. So it changes, right? So we use the bullseye as a way to conceptualize like where members fall on the rings. And when you're having one-on-one conversations, which we get into later in this workshop, identifying where they fall into the ring and what is that next ask that you can get them to sign on to get them into a supporter ring or the activist ring, sort of. So it's in constant flux, right? And not thinking that everybody needs to be fully engaged at all times, and just identifying what is the ask, what is the thing that we can get someone to say yes to.
And so when you explain the bullseye, and you've got the big, usually a big picture at the front of the room, where do people usually kind of perceive their union, like the bulk of their membership on this graph? You've got the core in the center, you've got the activists, the supporters, the disengaged, and the hostile. Like, what is kind of the percentage breakdown that people have at each of these layers typically that you see in your workshops?
That's a great
Depends
question.
on the union, I would say. I think like in a teachers union, sometimes there's more people active. Like if people are in a concentrated workplace and they have like some history of organizing together, especially with striking or other sorts of like mass participation kind of direct action, there'll be more people who are supporters, but maybe not really like activists or core. I'd say the most common answers we get though is there's a lot of disengaged people in my union, and like a really small core, and maybe twice as many activists and a few more supporters.
Yeah, I think the most important question that we ask with this visualization is like once you've identified where people fall at on the bullseye, what do you think how the boss sees the union? If this is kind of the layout that we have, or the amount of support that you have, if there's 5 people that's in the core and then the rest are all disengaged, then how does your boss view your power?
Right. And that's, there's a direct relationship basically between where your members are on this graph, like how many people are in the core, how many people are activists, how many people are supporters, and how many people are disengaged, and kind of the power that you have, right? Because if the boss is seeing that, oh, every single grievance, it's Johnny that's filing the grievance, no matter who it is, no matter what department it's in, no matter what the issue is, Johnny is the one writing the grievance, and we don't see any other co-signers on it. If a lot of unions will have like Red Shirt Wednesdays or something, and if you only have like 3 or 4 people wearing a shirt, then you are not the only one that sees that, right? Your boss sees that, and that makes it that much more difficult to kind of have that legitimacy that you need as a union when you say in grievance proceedings or in bargaining or to the media, we represent 1,000 workers at such and such workplace. We are 1,000 workers. Like, are you really?
Yeah.
Does the boss think you are?
Yeah.
You gotta, and so having more of your members closer and closer to the bullseye is going to be the thing that actually gives you that legitimacy and gives you that power. So with that as, the bullseye as the thing, as like the foundation of this training, you ask people to think about how problems are normally solved in their union. So what are some common sets of problems and solutions that you hear when you do this workshop?
It ranges all over the board because bosses throw a lot of problems at us at work, it turns out. But late pay or not getting paid at all for overtime, safety issues on the job, not having the right protective equipment, or like being told to do something at unsafe speed. We get, all sorts of problems, but the answers that we hear consistently and what we kind of expect to hear in this workshop is grievances are a main way we try and fight these problems. We file a grievance, or bargaining, that we're gonna, save this for our next contract bargaining session, and we're gonna make sure we get something then. And we, think that these are obviously important wins of the union movement to get some kind of grievance process, to get contracts at all. Like, that's a step up from nothing.
Right.
But we can't rest on only that, because those are, in most unions, something that just a few people takes care of. And they can be dragged out indefinitely by the boss in a lot of cases. You can have a grievance languish for 5 years with no real change in your day-to-day life. So we then try and steer towards like, what would get results on the shop floor in the near term, in the now.
Well, just to add to that, I think one of the other things that we try to kind of highlight with just relying on the grievance procedure as a way to solve problems is that it's invisible to most members. So, and I think that's kind of the biggest takeaway that we hope people get from that is, if one person is experiencing a problem and they file a grievance over that issue, but then there's 10 more people who are also experiencing that problem, but they're not even aware that there's someone else that's also experiencing it. Then it's doing the same bidding as the boss. The boss wants to solve problems on an individual level.
Feeds into divide and conquer.
So really it being invisible to the membership is kind of the biggest issue that comes up with the grievance procedure.
Well, and you mentioned, Keith, that there's like having a grievance procedure, having a contract, these are all steps up, but even the even beyond like just recognizing that as a step up, we can understand how there are at least perceived pros to kind of the grievance mill type of thing. You might maybe be able to point to kind of speedy resolution on a one-on-one basis sometimes, or like maybe that is that it's kind of in the shadows is something that maybe the employee who has the grievance wants, right? There may be situations where, like, you know, you're embarrassed of the idea that, oh, I'm being put through the discipline procedure. You know, that's embarrassing for some people, and we need to kind of like get people into a mindset where that is less embarrassing, especially if the problem is a collective one and it's not a problem with this individual worker, which so many times it's not. But the idea that there are people who like sell this as, you know, we just reacted last week on the show to Sean O'Brien on Theo Vaughn's podcast. Y'all probably didn't see this, but he talked about how that he made that as a selling point. He said,
you can't survive as an American worker not represented now that the deck is stacked against you, you know, and you know, the average person, look, you want to go to work, do your job, you know, let us fight for you. Let us take on the grievances at work. You know, don't bring them home. You know, that's the beauty of a union. You know, you don't have to, you have the backing of a union. You don't have to fight with your employer, make a call and say, hey, you know, to your business agent, you work for me, this is my issue, this is my grievance, I have faith you're going to fix it.
In front of millions of people. It drove me mad. Like, you know, kudos to all the good organizing that the Teamsters are doing under Sean O'Brien, but wow, that was bonkers. And so y'all, you know, you try to point people towards, like, while recognizing the real pros, or, you know, the real and perceived pros of the kind of individual, like, bureaucratic grievance solutions, you try to point people towards, as you were alluding to, Courtney, collective direct action as maybe this can be something that fixes your problems, and maybe this can actually be better. So let's start with a definition. What is collective direct action? Like, when you're pointing people in this direction, what do you mean by that? Courtney?
Yeah, I mean, collective action is taking action with a group of your coworkers. So a group of 2-3 people would be a collective action. But that could be anything from signing on to a petition to march on the boss to a full-on strike, right? So anything that involves you and your coworkers that are coming together to solve an issue is considered a collective action.
Keith, why is that effective? Why is it effective for me to get together with my coworkers and do something like that, like signing a petition or marching on the boss or engaging in strike action or work stoppages or slowdowns? Why is that effective? More effective maybe than a grievance?
Real nice softball for us in our wheelhouse here. Yeah, it's effective on 2 levels. One, the boss sees that a huge number of workers are active and coordinated and have decided to do something together. And you're already showing that you have some level of democracy, you have some level of willingness to take risks together to do this march on the boss. And that gets the boss thinking, what else are they willing to do next if I don't do this? I'm not just dealing with Johnny anymore at the grievance table. I'm dealing with Johnny and 18 other people or 80 other people who, if I don't treat them seriously and start dealing with this problem, it could get a lot worse.
Yeah,
totally. So it works on that level. The boss starts to not feel as powerful by witnessing our collective power, but then we're building our power as coworkers in a different way. We're showing that we're not just relying on a benefactor or a service agency to take care of our problems for us with the boss. We are figuring it out together, and it's our creativity, it's the relationships we already have from working together that can be turned into something that changes our work life. And that feeling can be the kernel of something much better down the line. You know, we have this idea of a campaign mountain where you need to experience some of this collective action on a smaller scale at lower risk before you're ready to climb the mountain and take much bigger risks together. So trying to help people to climb that mountain. And our hope is that, you know, eventually that scales up to where you can really change the power dynamic of your workplace and even imagine beyond your workplace, like how you can fight for the common good better together as coworkers.
Well, now, Courtney, you know, Keith is talking about all this, and it sounds really nice in theory and like in your ideas and in your head and everything. But does this actually, does this ever actually happen in person, in real life? Does it ever happen that way?
All you have to do is read labor notes to see that it happens.
Easy plug.
LaborNotes.org.
Yes. Yeah, no, actually, it was. I was telling Keith earlier and trying to, think of some good stories here. The first time that we did Troublemaker School in Alabama, it was actually my first Troublemaker School as staff with Labor Notes, and so it was my first time doing the beating apathy training in person. And we asked this question: how do you usually solve problems in your workworkplace? And because union density is low in Alabama, there was a lot of new organizing that was workers who were doing new organizing that had come to the school. And so a lot of the answers that I was getting was, oh, we do a march on the boss. And it's funny because in this, when we ask this question, we're expecting people to come back with the, grievance procedures, the way that we usually solve problems. But this group of workers, they were organizing at Amazon, and then there was some USSW Union Southern Service Workers who was doing some good organizing in Atlanta. And so, they were like, yeah, we do a march on the boss or just do a walkout,
right.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, this happens everywhere. There are plenty of examples of folks who are coming together with their coworkers to take on the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. That's really great to see. And definitely Labor Notes is a good place to read about stories all the time where people are making a difference, by using these sorts of methods. But it is the case, like I said, there's some pros to the real and perceived pros to the kind of typical grievance procedure of getting things done. And there are also obstacles to a more direct action oriented process of resolving these issues on the job. It's not just like, oh, well, we can do like they said, let's do direct action, so let's just do direct action, and like that's the next step. There are obstacles. What are some of those obstacles that is in the way of workers actually taking this power for themselves and doing more direct action?
Yeah, so I mean, in the first question that we go through, that's kind of highlighting how maybe members aren't seeing the union take action on the problems that they care about, and that's why they're not getting involved. But then there's this other layer as well of the boss keeping us disorganized, right? And there are 4 ways that we typically talk about with the boss keeping us disorganized, and that's fear, hopelessness, confusion, and division.
What do those mean? And when you say fear, hopelessness, confusion, and division, Keith, what do you mean when you say those things?
Fear. The boss is instilling a sense in you that if you stand up for yourself, you'll lose your job, or that you'll get a much lousier shift, or there's going to be some immediate repercussions. So don't stand up for yourself. Something bad will happen to you. Hopelessness. How could we change things? We don't have the power to change things. I haven't seen that work before. I haven't seen collective action. What's next? We got uncertain confusion. Yeah. Confusion is like the boss spreading like misinformation of like, oh, like there's gonna be like a $2 an hour raise coming in a few months. Like just stick with it for now, or telling different things to different people so that there's this mix of ideas. There's always a mix of ideas. We never have perfect information as workers, so it's a real one to overcome. And then finally, division, pitting different groups in the workplace against each other. First shift versus second shift. Different racial or ethnic groups in the workplace saying, oh, you can't trust them, or like we're going to give some good jobs to the white workers, and then some kind of internal competition for a few spots up for grabs. That sort of stuff is really dangerous.
But also tiers is another form of division,
the tier
right?
system.
So people doing the same job and getting paid a different wage, those sorts of things.
So what are some good, what are some of the most kind of inspiring stories that y'all have heard of people being able to overcome these obstacles that the boss puts in front of us to engage in direct action and win? How are people overcoming in their workplaces fear, hopelessness, confusion, and division?
Man, this one was a hard one for us to try and think of some good stories, because we get we have so many of these workshops and hear so many of these stories, so it's hard to choose just one. Keith, do you have a good example that you can think of?
A couple come to mind. One takes place at a UAW organized auto factory in Toledo, Ohio, the Toledo Jeep plant, where there's actually a Labor Notes article where one of the rank and file leaders of a March on the Boss writes up how there were layoffs essentially of so-called temporary employees who were actually really consistent, like nearly permanent long-term employees. And Stellantis, the employer, this company, still doing terrible layoffs across the company. But instead of just sort of accepting fear that like, oh, if we stand up, then Stellantis is going to lay off more of us, a bunch of the full-time, like permanent employees said like, our siblings who have been laid off, like are with us there every day on the line. They get paid less, but they're, now getting laid off. And this is a division that we don't want to accept. So they organized a March on the Boss. They did a petition that got hundreds of signatures around the plant. This is after the stand-up strike in the UAW last year, where this was one of the first plants out. So, there was a sense that like, oh, after we stood up, now management is really trying to repress us, put more fear and division in here. But a group of the rank and file connected with UAWD, the Reform Caucus in the UAW, worked really hard to spread this idea that we can take collective action ourselves and use our break times to get more petition signatures and spread the word and get a group together to march on the manager. And they won some significant shifts. They didn't get everything right away, but it's helped build a culture there where now they have a really solid group that is still talking about how to use collective action and stand up for themselves.
Yeah. Good story that I was just thinking about with when it comes to division and using race in order to divide workers. A story at Twin Peaks, the restaurant similar to Hooters, had very, if you've ever worked in the service industry, you know that it's clearly divided, front of the house, back of the house. Usually back of the house employees are Spanish speaking and mostly Latino workers in the back, and then in the front, they were doing kind of a scale of who was hotter, and that's how they would choose who would get the better sections, was who was able to be more dressed up that day, and it usually went to the white women who were in the front. And so at this restaurant, they were back of the house employees was experiencing extreme, discrimination and harassment. And so they had done a March on the Boss, decided collectively that they were done. They didn't want to take this anymore. They did a March on the Boss and asked the owner to fire this manager who was being racist. And he was racist to the front of the house and back of the house. And so owner didn't do anything about it. So they decided to escalate their action, and they ended up doing a walkout. And front of the house employees actually wasn't aware that this was going on, but when they seen that the walkout was happening and they heard what the issue was, they was like, oh, I'm actually dealing with the same thing with this same manager. I'm gonna walk out too. And so they did a strike on one of the busiest days of the year. I think it was on Mother's Day. They don't, and they're not even represented by a union. So this, we always say that you don't have to be considered a union. You don't have to have a union to consider yourself a union. It's, a group of workers coming together is enough for you to be a union. That's one of the stories that I love to tell, because it's, a good example of, how you can take an issue like racism, which, is typically seen as like an individual issue or handled on an individual level. And you can see how it spread amongst all the other coworkers. They were also experiencing some of those same issues and decided to act together on it.
Yeah, and being able to overcome division like that, it doesn't even necessarily mean like it from having read that story and your retelling of it, it doesn't sound like there was any real kind of animosity among like the workforce along these racial lines, even though that was kind of there was maybe an attempt by management to make that happen. But sometimes we do see some things like that, and overcoming that division but along these racial lines and whatever other lines might be drawn between genders or immigration status and things like this, it doesn't even necessarily mean that all of the workers involved are like, oh, now they're like totally hip to like everybody deserves everything equally and we're all like on the same kind of page mentally, but you can kind of you can overcome the division by just getting people, in some cases, to see their common interests. And one of the things that I constantly think about like how cool it was is the packing house workers. I think it was in Cleveland. Labor Notes and Jacobin, I think, have both written about this in the 30s and 40s, and how there were black workers and white workers, and there was a black union and a white union. And one union would scab on the other, like not uncommonly when they would strike. And so after like a few rounds of this, they were like, oh, this is kind of dumb. Working. This is bad. That we need to like
do something different here.
Yeah, exactly. And there are interviews from the time of people in the black union saying, oh no, obviously I do not trust these people. These like but like I need them, and if they're willing to do this with this one time with me right now, then like I'll take it. And there are similarly interviews of people in the white union still using racial slurs. Like, I don't like N-words, but I need them right now. And they came together, and that union in the 30s and 40s became one of the most through struggle, became one of the most racially progressive unions in Cleveland, was marching for integration before the civil rights movement. I mean, like a really, really inspiring story. And so, like, even if you don't immediately see a like radical kind of recomposition of the ideological makeup of your coworkers, like, that's okay, and that's probably not going to happen in your first struggle. It's through struggle that people change. And so, that was another story that I always love talking about in these when you get the opportunity. And so, the punchline that y'all have in this workshop is that apathy is not real. Yes. Actually, people care. People care about themselves, about their families, about their coworkers, about their work, and about their community. But there are a lot of issues, a lot of obstacles in the way of that, right? And so getting them, like, it's about bringing out those issues. Is one of the big things is actually finding an issue that can clear this hurdle of the existing kind of fear, division, confusion, and I forget the other one, but all the bad things. And so you got to find you have to find the issue, and so how do you pick an organizing issue, an issue to build a campaign around that can overcome all these obstacles that the boss puts in our way, Courtney?
Yeah, well, I mean, first you have to have one-on-one conversations with your coworkers, right? And so in those conversations, you're kind of building off of the rapport that you have with these people already. So you're starting from whatever connection point you might have, and then you start with, asking questions of like, if there's one thing that you could change at work, what would it be? If you had a magic wand, if this pen was a magic wand and you could change one thing, what would it be? Or asking, is this your dream job? And, depending on their answer, kind of going off from there, right? And so you ask these series of questions to get them to this place where, you're transforming them from believing that their problems aren't solvable to thinking that their problems have solutions and that they can come together and be a part of bringing those solutions if they come together with their coworkers, right? So we start with this, you have to talk to your coworkers. You have to figure out what is it that they care most about. And so once you have a series of conversations with folks and you do it in kind of a systematic way, then from there you can sort of start to identify what the issue is that the most people care about. And a way to identify what makes a good organizing issue is that it's widely felt, it's deeply felt, it's winnable, and it can build the union and build leaders.
And you have to, you're able to find those issues by like having these conversations with your coworkers, and when if a certain issue kind of pops up a lot, and it meets these other criteria about being winnable and something that can build a union, then like that is something that you can build a campaign around. If you're constantly having conversations and somebody's always like, oh, this same problem A, keeps appearing in your conversations, and that can be an issue to build a campaign around. And you mentioned that having these conversations is so important, and having one-on-one conversations is really important, and is kind of the best way to do this if you can make that happen. And you've got a whole big section in this workshop, and actually we're kind of running basically with time with the workshop right now. But the biggest portion is about how to structure an organizing conversation. And we're not going to have time to talk to do the whole big thing, because there's a science and an art to having an organizing conversation. But give us what are the top lines of, having an organizing conversation with my coworkers? Keith, what are some of the top lines to remember?
Active listening. You got to ask way more questions than you're talking at somebody. As organizers, we often have like a grand plan in mind of like where we want somebody to fill into our plan. For this to work, for you to identify an issue that, this person will be willing to take action on, you got to ask a lot of questions and show that you care, and like maybe you've heard of other people dealing with those, respond, help them feel not alone in that. We encourage people after sort of those identifying questions to do some like agitating, like, why do you think it is this way? Who's responsible for this? Like polarize against the boss and be like, who has the power to change this? So instead of feeling hopeless or like this is just built into the workplace, get a conversation going about like, who should be changing this and is not. And then from there, you can get into an ask where you're like, okay, we want to change this. We know who can do it. Are you down to meet with me after work with like 5 other people who I know also really care about this, and we'll come up with a plan together for something to do about it.
Yeah, I think, we really struggled over how to structure the organizing conversation in this training, because it feels sort of robotic the way that people can be trained on how to be on how to have an organizing conversation. Is like there's these steps that you have to go through, right? And it can feel, you can feel that, I think, as the recipient of being organized on. You can feel that energy when somebody's like, at the end they're going to ask you to do something and you might not want to do it. So we really shifted like having that organizing conversation to figuring out what are the questions that you can ask that can really get them to come to their own conclusion about the problem, and what to do about the problem, instead of you just like talking at them and giving them the solution to their problem. I think that's a lot of the way that unions typically organize, is they say, we have a plan and we're going to enact this plan and we just need you to sign on to the plan.
Come fill in the blank.
Right. Yeah. But if they feel like, from start to finish, they've been a part of this kind of process, they got to identify the issue. They got to come to a meeting with 5 other people and talk through what's the solution that we can do about this. And then they get to figure out what the plan is around it. It's a much more, it's a stronger way to get people involved for the long haul.
All right, folks, you are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. We have in studio with us Keith Brower-Brown from Labor Notes, Labor and Climate Organizer, and Courtney Smith, Staff Organizer for Labor Notes. Appreciate y'all taking the time to come do a couple of in-studio interviews with us. Really excited to have you down in Alabama. We wanted to do some of the some segments with some of the training that Labor Notes does to give you an idea of what you would experience at a Labor Notes, at a Labor Notes conference or a troublemaker school or something like that. It's such a valuable resource, and really nothing is going to, listening to this or watching this is not going to be able to replace actually going in person, because a huge part of going in person is actually, and this is the dirty secret, not not about the training, it's about the networking, right? It's about like meeting people and building relationships. That is a huge part of the training and the value that you get out of it. So you definitely, you should not, absolutely should not listen to this and say, okay, well now I never have to go to a beating apathy workshop, never have to go to building an organizing committee workshop from Labor Notes because I've already heard it, I've already got the value out of it. That is wrong. Do not want you to get that idea. You need to go in person with your coworkers and people in your area because that is really a huge part of the value. And when you go in person, you're going to get you're going to get different stories. You're going to get stories that Keith has never heard, that Courtney has never heard, that I have never heard, because there are stories that have never been told before before that training that you're going to go to that day, right? So your no two trainings that Labor Notes does are going to be exactly the same because a lot of the trainings are about learning with the audience and from the audience. And so definitely do not get the idea that like you've got the value out of this, but we want to do what we can and share this with as many people as possible because it's such a valuable thing. And so this workshop that we wanted to talk through is they call it Assembling Your Dream Team or Building an Organizing Committee. And so it's not just, for like if you're in a new union campaign, obviously, you'll know that you need to build an organizing committee. But even if you are in a currently unionized workplace and you want to build the union into a more fighting union, a more democratic and militant union, you also need an organizing committee. You need a committee. And something that going to several of these trainings with Labor Notes has opened my eyes to a lot, with respect to organizing the workplace and in a union sense, is that workplaces are already organized, actually. And so when a Labor Notes trainer says this, Courtney, when you're going to say tomorrow at the workshop, your workplace is already organized, what do you mean by that?
Well, the boss already brings us all together into one place and organizes us in a way that benefits the company. So what we usually do when we're doing this workshop online is I'll take a participant and ask them a series of questions about their workplace. How many different departments do you have? What are the different shifts? What are the different pay scales there? What's the invisible labor? Who can move around the workplace and reach the most people? So you'll find there's a lot of organization already happening that's being done by the boss, right? Which is why they have to actively, disorganize us, is what we talked about in the first session. So the other way that it's also organized is the workers, right? So there's social ways that we organize ourselves. So whether that's, all the smokers who go outside and smoke together, or the parents who get together with their kids after work and, hang out together, or any sports leagues that's happening, or carpools. Yeah, those sorts of social ways that we already kind of organize ourselves in automatically. We ask people to look at that, make a list. Actually, we have folks, if we do this training in person, sometimes we'll get the chance to have folks draw out a physical map of their workplace. And actually visualize how your work is organized. There's a variety of ways that we're already organized and that we just have to kind of tap into that.
Right. And so that, making a physical map of your workplace, why is that helpful? Why is it helpful for me as an organizer to have a map like this that we're going to show on the screen for my workplace, Keith?
Helps you see who's connecting between different departments, who's connected in one department or part of the workplace. Who works together is who has to build some kind of relationship with each other. Sometimes that's a trusting relationship. Hopefully, a lot of the time it is. That we have to figure out how to trust each other and work with each other because we're taking care of each other, watching each other's back while we're on the job together. So this is a starting point for building an organizing team. You want to look at it, ideally to find some units that are already out there that are tight, where people trust each other, ready to stand up for each other. But even if you can't find that, you'll find like, wait, if I'm cutting out the plasma intake department and I don't have anybody on my organizing committee from this big team, then I'm missing out on a huge chunk of the workplace, and the boss is going to use that to divide us.
Right.
And so you need to be thinking with some of those things in mind as you are, like, as you're reviewing the map, but also as you are writing it out, be thinking about things like, where people congregate, or like who can walk freely through the whole workplace. Because in a lot of workplaces, you actually there are certain employees that can just, that part of their job is just to walk around all the time, right? Like
Maintenance,
like internal mail. Like we still have that at my workplace. I don't know how many people do that anymore, but we've got a guy that just walks around and like that's it. He just puts mail on people's desks, and so like he would be super great to be part of the union and be like really all about it. You could have him send union messages all over the place, and just having that kind of physical representation of the workplace and those and some of those relationships is really beneficial. And so looking at this map that we have, that again, we're going to show on the screen for you, what are some things that I should be noticing in this map as an employee of CSL Plasma?
Where's the supervisor? Where are they watching most often? That's important.
Right.
Do you have any space that's out of view of management? That's a good place to meet and talk to people. Maybe a starting point in this part of the hospital department.
I see you've got the cameras are noted here, some of the cameras. And you see that the like you said, that intake, you might realize that, I don't know anybody in intake. That's a whole huge department here. Courtney, is there anything else that we should be, that I as an organizing committee member, or as somebody who's trying to form an organizing committee, should be realizing about this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that I was just thinking about was like intake here being right next to management. Usually, I'm sure intake, they have to sit still for the majority of their shift. And so making sure that you have a couple of strong people in your intake category here. Because management is going to be so close in their ear, really trying to get people on board soon in this organizing process. It looks like the materials and processing here is kind of in a different, area and cut off a little bit. So making sure that you're talking to those workers there, and then figuring out where are the places that is out of view of management that that you can have these conversations. And like we said earlier, identifying who are those, what are those positions that can move freely throughout the workplace. But yeah, just kind of identifying what parts of the job are, who do you need to talk to where, and what are the conditions that they're experiencing, and things that you need to look out for.
And then if you're in an already unionized workplace, you could if you're able to get your hands on the member list, you can actually go through and say, okay, Jane sits here, June sits there, John sits here, and Jane, June, and John, they all sit next to each other in this 4-person kind of cube thing, and there's the 4th person over here, Billy. Billy's not a union member. You can get the 3 of them. One of them should talk to Billy, maybe.
Yep.
And you can, like, if you can do some cool color coding and things like that to kind of realize, and when you do that, you're almost certainly in a union workplace going to realize and be able to see, like, we're really strong in intake, actually. Like, if the union members are blue and the non-members are red, we've got 19 blue dots here and only 1 red dot. We're really, really good there. But in materials processing or maybe in donation, we're not so good. We're only like 50-50, so we need to really target donation or something like that, right? And so those are things that can kind of come out of creating this map and using some of the other resources that you might have. And I mentioned, having a member list, and something else that you should be creating as you are building your organizing committee and identifying who to target is a list, and you should be doing this. You should have a separate list from your official union's member list with some other stuff in it than just, is this person a member or are they not? So as I am trying to build a list of all of my coworkers, what are some of the things that I should include in the list, like pieces of information in a spreadsheet or something, or maybe even just on a piece of paper?
Well, you definitely want to have your assessment of the person. What is are they a supporter of the union? Going back to the bullseye example, would you consider them a part of the core, activist, supporter, or disengaged ring? And then that way you kind of know, what is the question, what is the level of ask that I can have here. So having that assessment is really important to really know what the strength of your union is. And then another thing that's really important to include is, what is the issue that this person cares about? If we're going to actually, take on issues that our members care about, then we have to document what those issues are and the things that they actually care about. But yeah, that's two, I think, vital pieces of information that you would want to have on a list. And then, whatever other information that allows you to have a full kind of assessment of where people are. So maybe how long they've worked there.
What shift they work is important for when they can meet and who they work with.
Yeah.
And maybe if there are any like relationships that stand out, maybe as notable, you might want to make those, right? So I mentioned
BFF with Kathy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or like if we're going back to this 4-person kind of cube here, we've got June, Jane, and John, and Billy's a non-member. Well, what if for some reason the 3 of those people hate Billy, and Billy hates the 3 of those people? Well, we probably don't want the 3 of those people to talk to Billy about joining the union, right? We want to get somebody that Billy doesn't already hate to talk to him. And so being able to kind of identify, it's just another way to kind of understand your workforce, your coworkers. And so we have, again, in this training, there's a sample list here that includes their name, obviously, the job that they do, the shift that they work, their phone number, their email. And this has whether or not they wore a sticker, signed a petition, and attended a meeting. And so what are some things that, once you've created this list, that you should be able to identify as an organizer looking at this list and trying to understand your workplace?
I think keeping track of these actions is a really grounded way of getting at the, like, what layer of the bullseye is somebody in. Are they a supporter, or an activist, or disengaged? Like, you saw they were willing to take the risk of wearing a sticker in front of their manager saying they support the union. That's not nothing. But were they willing to sign a petition, like putting their name on a demand? That's maybe another level. Or were they willing to join a march on the boss, or take time out of their evening to come to a union meeting? That's another level of commitment that it's showing. A lot of organizers talk about these as structure tests. You want to see how many people in your unit or in your workplace are willing to step up to these levels. But we want to keep track of it connected to specific people, not just as a number. Oh, we got 60 to do this. We want to keep track of specific people and think of them in this web of relationships in the organization of the workplace. Figure out, like, wait, intake is like not rising to this. So we need to figure out what will work for them. Like, what are they willing to do? And maybe focus an action that's like working with where they're at.
I also noticed that everybody in the opening shift at least wore a sticker, but the majority of people in the closing shift did not wear a sticker. And so the closing shift, in addition to, like, we can also see that intake is kind of less, less involved and active than some of the other departments, but the closing shift is also less active than some of the other shifts. And so these are the types of things that you will not know, or it is less likely that you will know if you don't write it down, or if you don't record this somehow, because the knowledge of the workplace in a lot of situations comes out of doing this work, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think just like you said, kind of identifying those patterns. A part of organizing is we learn through reflection, right? We take an action and then we come back together afterwards and say, well, how did we do? What was the results of that? How many people participated? If we notice that majority of people participated that worked on the open shift rather than the closing shift, then what is it that the closing shift people care about? What got in their way of participating in this sort of action? So a lot of kind of this list tracking is a way for us to identify those patterns and see what's working and what's not.
This workshop is geared around building an organizing committee, and so a lot of in this workshop at least, and all of this is all relevant in all facets of organizing, right? You're not only going to refer to your workplace map when you're building your organizing committee. You're also going to be able to refer to it when you're thinking of an issue to build a campaign around. You're going to be able to refer to it for any number of things, for a grievance resolution, for bargaining surveys, for any number of things. But this workshop is about building an organizing committee, and so let's set these to the side for a moment and just think conceptually about an organizing committee. Keith, what are some of the kinds of people that we don't want on an organizing committee?
We're going to talk trash now.
Yes.
So a lot of us have a coworker who has a real skill at complaints, who has a lot of gripes and is vocal about them. And it can be tempting to think like this person, Steve, has a lot negative to say about the employer. That's a good start. That's some kind of fighting spirit if you're willing to be public with your gripes. But that's not necessarily the same as somebody who's willing to listen to their coworkers and bring people together and look out for them. That's not necessarily, Steve isn't necessarily somebody who's won the trust of their coworkers. So it's not a one-to-one thing. Just speaking up is not a guarantee that somebody is a builder of trust, is a listener, is someone who others will follow. And we need leaders in our campaigns, not necessarily elected leaders, not talking about formal positions, but people who are already leaders in the workplace, who have some trust, who others will look to as like, well, if Patricia is willing to do this, like she's been here a long time, she's looked out for me, she brought me water on the day or there's the heat wave, and the boss needs her, and because she's so important here, if she's willing to take this risk, like I can take the risk too. Right.
So you didn't spend very much time on talking about the people that we don't want. You went really quickly. You went really quickly into the people that we do want, but that's okay. That's okay. Another there's a real there's a real stereotype about union people being kind of lazy or bad at their job or whatever, right? And that's obviously, we know that's not true, but also that is something that you want to take into consideration when you're building your organizing committee as well, because regardless of what people kind of propagandize about, nobody likes working with somebody who is just objectively bad at their job, right?
Makes your life harder.
Exactly. You're the one that has to pick up slack for this person, and so a person that is actually either objectively or is perceived to be bad at their job is probably not going to be somebody, even at this person is probably going to have a lot of complaints about their employer as well, but probably not somebody that is going to be able to lead a super majority organization, right? You want, you have to have some amount of trust in your ability to actually, be a kind of productive member of the workforce, right? And so that's somebody that you also don't want. But, enough of that. Courtney, what are some other characteristics that we should be thinking about as we're building an organizing committee? Who should we try to get on our organizing committee?
Yeah, I mean, I think the simplest answer is that a leader is somebody who has followers. So whoever's, who's the person that's organizing the birthday parties or the baby showers or the carpools, So, looking for that person who has those relationships in the workplace. You want someone who's well respected on the job because they won't be such an easy target for management. surprisingly enough, we usually use talking heads for this one, and there's one who's like, there's one talking head who is vying for a position with management as a manager and hasn't gotten it yet, and is pissed off about that. And usually most people are like, oh, I would not want her on the organizing committee because that would be, they're anti-union because they're wanting to get a management job. But really, I mean, I think the other side of that coin is that management also knows who our leaders are, and so they'll pluck them as well, right? So somebody who's going for a management position isn't necessarily, you shouldn't just write them off as a person that wouldn't be good for to be on the organizing committee, but really see them as a potential, they have a potential grievance here against the company, right? So those are also seeing folks who do have those grievances, that are pissed off, and maybe in the place of feeling like there's nothing that can be done about it, but yeah, having somebody who's like, tired of the boss's shit is always a good, something to look for as well. So yeah, what have we got so far? We got leader has followers, they're well respected on the job, they've been there for a while, they have relationships with people, I
think that
other ones,
I think that is really most of the, you want to get leaders, and that's what a leader is, and you also want to try to get leaders to the greatest extent that you can from that are representative of the workforce too, right? Totally. Like it is going to be. It would be difficult to lead an organization without anybody going back to our workplace here from intake, right? There's a lot of people in intake, and if your bargaining committee, your negotiating committee, your organizing committee doesn't have anybody from intake, that's going to that's difficult. Because it's going to be difficult for you to for you to have that kind of perceived legitimacy, but also it's going to be difficult for you as an organizer to know what the people in intake need if you don't have anybody from there. And you also want to think about, diversity in kind of all of the senses, right? You don't want some an all white, all male organizing committee. You also don't want an all opening shift organizing committee, even if all the other, if you've got, black, white, men, women, gay, straight, immigrant, non-immigrant, but they're all from opening shift, that's not a diverse organizing committee, actually, right? And so, but the leaders are really the most important thing. And so it's important to kind of think about who the leader is, and some other things that I've heard from, in Labor Notes workshops about how to identify leaders is think about your workplace. What if a problem happens, right? So what if at CSL Plasma, the intake machine broke? I don't know, something happened to it. Who do you call when the intake machine breaks? Or who do you call when you have a customer, somebody that you're interfacing with that is being belligerent? Or, and so who is the problem fixer is that's a good idea of who a leader is. Like you said, who is the one that organizes the happy hours or the birthday cards or the social events and things like that? They are probably leaders. And then, yes, who does management look to? And you mentioned that people immediately kind of discount that person, especially in labor notes trainings. But it is worth remembering that most people aren't as ideological about this as we are, right? They don't see being a manager as
the enemy.
Exactly. They just see this exactly right. We got to, if we get a leader who doesn't perceive it that way, we got to educate them. But a lot of people don't, and so we can't actually, because a lot of, like you said, a lot of people that are leaders are going to be targeted by management to be management, right? And so we can't just immediately cast them off, because there's a reason that management is targeting them a lot of times for me. I actually I literally just had this happen to me in my workplace. There was somebody that was getting more active in the union, and I was all excited about it, and then he goes and takes a management position.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
I still love you if you're listening to this program, but
And
you
I'll
hurt my
just-
feelings.
Just
You-
say on this point too is that, you know, I mean, the dominant ideology in America is that the way to improve your conditions is to work your way up the ladder. You know,
Exactly.
so most people don't really see unions as the way for them to improve their conditions. They look at it's all about being the boss, right? You know, how many songs are there where we're talking about being a boss,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, I think it's just you know, I don't think we should count those folks out just because they're wanting to improve their conditions. I think that's a good sign that they want things to change. They just think that they need to do it on an individual level instead of collectively.
You've got to prove how that works.
Yeah.
You got to experience that before it feels real.
Right. The that's such a good point. I had something that I was going to say and I just forgot it. Shoot. Oh well. Maybe it'll come back to me. So once we're thinking about, you know, we've got these qualities of what a leader is in our head, and then we're looking over our information, we're looking at the map, we're looking at our lists, and then we start to kind of say, and we're thinking through our notes from our organizing conversations that we've had. You need to definitely take notes when you're having organizing conversations. I've been in one training where they recommended like taking notes during the conversation. I don't think that really makes a lot of sense. I think that people it feels like kind of clinical. Like kind of clinical. You want to so you want to have just enough retention where like immediately you get back in the car and you shut the door and you make sure nobody's looking and then you bring out the notepad. But you want to take some notes from these organizing conversations and you're reviewing all of this information and then you know, you're like, okay, I think that Billy Joe is a leader. I reckon this guy, he's a leader. How do I test that? What do I, you know, we've got a hypothesis now, Keith. What do I do to like see if that's true?
I think the first task of every organizer that you're trying to develop is like, can you talk to other people and like learn something from them? Like see if they're willing to go out and talk to a few coworkers and learn something and maybe ask those coworkers to do something. So your first ask of somebody is to go and like do the work you're already doing of like having these one-on-one conversations. Maybe there may be people who aren't ready for that or like need an alternative kind of ask, but I think that's really the one we should always be coming back to. That's like everybody's job in this organizing committee or dream team to be talking to our coworkers and bringing them into the action. We're not just like holding on to like the sacred organizing knowledge ourselves.
Right.
Yep.
So I didn't ask. I didn't write this down before, but you know, we talk about this in the training sometimes. What happens if you have a leader that you're not able to convince that is hostile, like maybe even belligerently hostile, but they do have followers? How do you organize around a leader?
Man, that is a great question.
Yeah. Surprised how rarely this comes up. Yeah.
I mean, the first thing that I thought of was actually talking to an organizer at Amazon at the Bessemer plant when they were trying to organize that facility, and he had shared how there was a leader, like a white supremacist leader that was, you know, anti-union and was, you know, or doing his bidding, right? And I mean, I think the way around that is to build, you know, find out who has a relationship with this group, right? And or with someone else in this group and talk to them. Who is that next person that you can try and, turn and build that relationship with. And it has to be genuine, I think. I mean, I think, you know, like I said earlier with the organizing conversation, people will feel it when you are coming to them with an ask that's, you know, not what they want to do. So I think sometimes you have to be patient and you have to wait to, you know, the boss is a really great organizer as well. He'll do a lot of good job in pissing people off. So you kind of you have to wait for that moment where, you know, the boss will do his thing with pissing this group of people off and you can find your opening.
Exactly. And I think that there are a few things that I've heard in these workshops, and there's one in one of Jane McAlevy's books that's really kind of inspiring, and that, like, waiting for an opportunity. I may have almost inadvertently tricked you, because one of the ways is that you don't ever actually count them out. You do organize around them, and you try to talk to the people that they lead. And sometimes there are multiple leaders of the same people, and they lead for different reasons. And so maybe if you've got this anti-hostile leader over here, maybe you have a less hostile or a pro-union leader over here that that the same people are looking to, and so you target the other person. But sometimes you do have to kind of do the work of organizing under them, and like that's going to be much harder than than the leader bringing these people along. You're basically having to kind of snipe their followers, right? But also there are opportunities to even flip hostile leaders. And so in one of Jane McAlevy's books, they're organizing a hospital, and there's this, really, really belligerently anti-union campaigning, like printing off her own signs and stuff like that. And she wins her department, right? This leader, almost unanimous against the union, but they win the election. And so what the union did in that situation was they went back to this leader and they say, look, we won the election. You're going to be working under a contract that we negotiate. Don't you want to be part of making that happen? And so they recruited this really belligerently anti-union leader to be on the negotiating committee. And they were able to get and through struggle, like we talked about with the packing house workers and in Cleveland and these other stories, through struggle, this person was transformed into one of the most pro-union advocates, and she quotes from some of her Facebook posts, like before the election and then after they got the contract, and this person called Jane crying about how great the contract was and how much the union is such an important, and it's so there are opportunities, and you just have to sometimes you have to wait for them, but you can't ever totally count somebody out, especially if they are a leader. You do have to be willing, even if they say really mean things to you, you have to be willing to open the door again to them.
Absolutely.
Or not ever close it.
Yeah. And I think another point here too is they may be anti-union, but that doesn't mean they're anti-Courtney, right? So I could develop a relationship with them and kind of keep that door open and build rapport. So that eventually when the opportunity does arise, we can return back to, hey, remember that conversation we had about the union? This is why it's important,
Exactly.
I feel like one of the most common versions of this that comes up is not somebody who's hostile to the union, but a union officer who doesn't want direct collective action. And a big purpose of labor notes is to support rank and file union members trying to build reform caucuses when their officers are not supportive of this sort of direct conflict with management. Thinking of an example in the electrical workers, IBEW, someone we know and love who worked with us for a brief time in Seattle, an electrical worker, had a lot of battles with management and with local officers before, built a reform caucus that fizzled out, but through that had earned some trust and respect from a lot of workers.
Right.
And then there was a really bad wildfire up in the Northwest that was just pummeling this Microsoft huge job site, construction site with smoke. Jorge had built up enough trust that even though officers didn't want to call off the workday, he called the hall. They were, saying you got to wait. We're not sure. Sure, it's dangerous smoke, but we're going to wait. Jorge had built up enough trust of his coworkers to take direct action, essentially, to organize around by building respect over the years and by on that morning talking to a ton of folks on the job site, getting them together.
Right. That's awesome. That's really fantastic.